Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, August the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Well, parent, yeah, Pioneer. I just started at 9. So, all right, guys, I guess you can hear me, see my screen. So let's talk about what's happening. So, interestingly, if you guys were in the room last week, we were talking about this Palo Alto, PANW, and how they had, for some reason, switched their earnings release to after hours on a Friday, which is pretty strange. You do see the odd company that releases after hours on a Friday, typically not a big company like this. So the conjecture was maybe they're going to release some bad news instead of having people talk about it the next day. They can they maybe forget it about it by Monday. Anyway, that was not the case. So anyway, PANW, big gap up on earnings. And let's see, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 238.75. If it takes that out, 249.40. So this is a big pop up after hours on a Friday, continuation this morning for Palo Alto PANW. Interesting. So all that all that conspiracy theories. Well, I guess we shouldn't call it conspiracy theory, but it was just very strange that a company like this would release after hours on a Friday. But much ado about nothing. So what else is happening? So yeah, I took a short. I'm out of it obviously now, guys. I'm going to watch it later on. This NSSC, I shorted it just underneath 24. And I may short it again. Depends what happens once this market opens. Um, Accounting fraud, not fraud, accounting irregularities or something to that effect. Let me just see exactly what that said. Something to do with accounting irregularities, maybe having to do a restatement or something to that effect. Here we go. Accounting errors. Okay. So NAPCO security falls sharply after accounting errors lead to restatements. Okay. So that's never good news. So down 37%, not a huge float, 32 million in the float. So again, I took this short just underneath 24, and I covered some at that 23.50. Then as it started to move up higher, I just got rid of it. So, but I'm definitely going to be interested in if it takes out say 23.50 again, because if you look left on the weekly chart, I think that is where there was a little bit of support. 23.59. 23.59 was the next low on the weekly chart. And then after that is 22.65. So anyway, we'll have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. EIRX. Now, actually, interesting. We're in for a nice positive open so far. Look at all the stocks that are up at least 10%. Quite a few of them. Whereas there are only right now three down 10%, meeting my filter requirements, of course. Only three of them. But look at all the ones that are up at least 10%, meeting my filter requirements. Morning, Peter. So this could be the crazy one. GFGD, this is one of those blank check SPAC companies. Could be the crazy one. Um, they are going to be merging eventually, if all goes well, with this company called Zero Knox. I don't know what Zero Knox does. Anyway, we'll have to see what happens once this opens. ELIQ, a little electric company, ELIQ, low volume, sorry, low float, lots of volume, ELIQ. I'm not sure what the news is. I had, again, with IB, somehow, for whatever reason, they disappear the news sometimes. I saw something about it earlier today. Yeah, ELIQ. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, something about, yeah, this was on, must happen on Friday, announces new addition to board of directors. That is ELIQ. Nice pop up, 22%. Lots of volume. Now, this is after several weeks of being just hit hard from all the way from down from 12 down to wow, down to $1.37. So this is they're trying to have a bit of a comeback today. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. EOSE. Let's see if EOSE is still. By the way, somebody asked me about Timber. Yeah, Timber TIMBR is a potential buyout deal with Leo Pharma. Yeah, so Leo Pharma is a private company, so they don't trade. So this looks like it's a done deal. So that is for Timber TITMBR. TIRX. Market's starting to drift down now, guys. TIRX, China company, low float, 2.3 million. Basically traded the float two times almost. 5.2 million have traded, 2.36 in the float. I don't see any news on this one. But again, I have no faith in these little ones right now. It's popped up to 184 and it's dropped 40 cents already. And I guess I should mention GRR, GRRR is yeah, popping up. It's been really erratic over the last few weeks. So signed a multi-year contract and commences project to provide 5G telecom, et cetera, et cetera. Trade of the week is Under Armour UAA. If you got the email, you see the suggested entry is around 8. So we hardly have any earnings plays, but of course, Palo Alto, PANW, that should be watched all day long, either for a pop or a fade, of course. I don't doubt it's going to just stay here all day long. All right, let me take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Excuse me, very few of each. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades, see if there's any interesting ones in terms of maybe a crazy price target. Take a look at Gulf, Cushnet. Yeah, so no volume yet, but Jeffries has upgraded it to $84. So no volume on that little pop though. APPF has been upgraded to 212. Let's take a look at APPF. All right, well, this got a ways to go. APPF upgraded by Stevens to from 184 to 212. Understand, guys, these are just opinions, okay? Doesn't mean if some analyst says this is going to 212 or there's a target that, it's at 166 right now, it's a slam dunk. It's getting to 212. Of course not, but always interesting to see what might happen in the short term anyway. Let's take a look at CCOI. This is a Goldman upgrade. Goldman upgrade to $64. Let's take a look at CCOI and see if it's doing anything interesting. Oh, it's already there, Goldman. What's your point? Okay, let's take a look at XPAV just for fun here. XPAV, China EV play, Bank of America upgrading it to 22 or a price target of 22. Where is it now? XPAV. All right. So XPAV has been upgraded at a price target by JP Morgan. I'm sorry, Bank of America to $22. Take a look at the downgrades. Not too many downgrades, not too many upgrades. Interesting. We've got an upgrade. We've got an upgrade for PODD by Citigroup with about a 265 price target, and then we've got a downgrade by Baird of the same one down to 219. So we have got competition amongst the brokers or the analysts. Take a look at PODD right now. Well, again, I mean, it's already there. So on the downgrade from Baird, it's already at the 219 or below. So Citigroup though is upgrading it to 265. Now NAPCO and SSC don't see a price target, but it has been downgraded. Actually, there are three downgrades for NAPCO, William Blair, Riley, and Lake Street. So again, if this takes out 2350 again, I could get it running down again. I'm talking about the NSSC. Now it's already there again, guys. So you have to pay attention to this. It's one of these situations where it's down. Let me get it up and running again. We're up on the chart again. So it's already down 38%. So that uptick rule will be in effect, whereas it is not in effect in the pre-market. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you want to short this, you can short it right now, no problems. Assuming your broker has shares available, 357,000 Interactive Brokers. So that's not an issue. When the market opens, though, because it's down over 10%, sometimes it's difficult to get shares where you want because of the uptick rule. But in the pre-market, the uptick rule is non-existent. So this is a really critical level. I mean, this 2356, I think, was the next low looking left. 2359. 2359 on the weekly chart is the next low looking left, and it's basically there. And underneath that is 22 something. 2265. And if it somehow took that out, look out below 1974. So hmm, watching it right now, 2351, 2355 bid ask. So that's nice tight spread. What to do, guys? What to do? I said I shorted this earlier and I'm out of it. All right, guys, I took some. Okay, I took some. If it gets back up to 24, I'm out. I've got a fairly wide spread on it, a wide stop on it. And at the 2350 mark, that's where the end SSC. And the reason I'm doing it again, because I know I can get it right now. Don't have to worry about the uptick rule. But this is nothing. You don't have to do the same thing. You can't buy at the market. You got to go limit. I got my price. You know, I win at limit at 50. Now I'm just going to watch it for a bit. You actually can't buy at market in the pre-market. Okay, just so you know the mechanics of it. You have to go limit order. Okay, big area right now, getting closer to 23. Oh, guys, this is getting really good. All right, I have covered some. Just wow, I got a great fill. I was just wanted to cover some right around 23. I got a great fill because it jumped right down. So around 80, 2380. Sorry, 2280, of course. I went in at the bid. Okay. See, if you I went in at the bid. The bid was 2350, 23, I don't know, 56 or so I just went in at the bid and got it. 2350. All right, guys. Now I'm just going to watch it. Pretty secure now. I mean, if it gets back up to 2350, I'm done okay on it. Remember, I shorted it earlier also, covered. All right, guys. 919. So let's take a look at the sectors. And we're in for, well, we were in for a pretty positive open, but you know, look at the market. One, two, three, four, five. So an hour straight down now, and the next 15-minute candle is also red. So let's take a look at the market sectors anyway. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, and then click on show more, and then get to our sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% green, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from Friday's close. Now, they don't have to be up a lot, but just, even 0.00001%, but they're all up from Friday's close. Obviously, something's happened with the price of the oil. I haven't checked the oil price for a long time, but anyway, something's happening. So energy, as we speak, is strong today. But as let's see, I wanted to take a look at these the sectors with respect to their 200-day moving averages again and see which ones are now. XLE should be above it still. Yeah, so there that blue line on my daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. So energy is still above it, but some of them are going to be very close or below. XRT retail. Look at retail. So retail did close above it, but it did poke its head down below on Friday, but it did close above it. Staples is going to be definitely below. Staples is definitely going to be below the 200-day moving average, XLP, and moving away. So XLP is one. Keep tabs on how many of them are. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Another one that is drifting down towards it, but still above it. XLI industrials. I think that one is going to be okay. Yeah, but again, you see what's happening. A lot of them are drifting down towards it. Financials, that was the one. That's the one to really keep an eye on. XLF, financials. Yeah, so you can see what happened. It actually touched it like on Thursday, it got below. Friday, it hit it, but it was still below. We're right at it. 3409 is the 200-day, and we're at 3403. So financials, though, technically below. Not technically, they are, but barely. I'm hearing SLNA guys, real cheap one, SLNA, real cheap one, 72 cents, under a dollar. And oops, not consumer discretionary, XLY. Yeah, still above it. Materials was getting close, I think. XLB, I think XLB was getting really close. Yeah, look at that. So XLB closed just a little bit above the 200-day moving average, but at one point it was below on Friday. So I'm not even going to look at community. Well, I'll look at tech. You'll see how tech is starting to drift down towards it. It's still way above it, but it is starting to drift down towards it. And communications is still well above it. So we only have two, XLP and XLF, financials and consumer staples. Those are the only two that are officially below the 200-day moving average right now. A lot of them are moving down towards it. Okay, guys. So NNSC, I'm sorry, NSSC. Now this is getting really interesting because the next low, I mean, if it can somehow crack that next low on the weekly chart, 19 something is, oops, 19 something is the next low. 2260 and the next low, 1984. 2265. That's right. 22. So it's just underneath that low on the weekly chart right here. And again, if it really takes that out, then the next low is 1974. Well, plus the news. I mean, really, it's all about the news too. I mean, anytime there is some accounting irregularities, that's a bad headline. Okay, I'm just watching the SPY here, guys, to see if the selling pressure can it be abated somewhat. So again, I saw three downgrades for NSSC, but there could have been a lot more, of course. That's what you like to see. So yeah, you guys are talking about Nvidia, right? Nvidia. So Nvidia releases earnings. Are you saying Wednesday? Wednesday after hours? Yeah, post market. So Wednesday after hours. Yeah, that'll be an interesting one, obviously, based on what happened the last time they released earnings back here. It's probably one of their more, or may, I think this was the largest market cap increase in history. I think memory serves me correct. Lee went from 302 to 385. And of course, with that number of shares outstanding, that I think that was the largest market cap increase in history on a one day. So TK, if you can hear me, more than likely what's happened is that you neglected, you probably got something in an email, but you disregarded it. You have to fill out the accounting or the exchange agreements. Okay. Every year, everybody has to do the same thing. The pain, but the exchanges absolutely require it. So what I would do is go to our homepage and uh, somebody said the pop-up is not happening, but let me see if the pop-up is happening. And just have them look at your account. You're gonna have to say yes, that you're not a professional and all that sort of stuff, okay? Now, when you now that is what or if it's expired, I mean, that might be something completely differently, but if you click on the homepage link, hopefully there's still yeah, there you go, need help. Okay, so click on the need help, okay? And say, hey, here's my email address. Can you check my account? It says my account is expired. You don't think it should be, perhaps. Maybe your credit card has expired or something like that. Okay. But it could be because of the exchange agreements. Believe me, we don't want to have to do that. But if we don't, we get audited. And well, we get audited. It's not, we get audited every year. Oh, almost caught me by surprise there. 15 seconds, guys. Okay, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Okay. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Obviously, pre-market doesn't count. But guys, I've covered more now. Back to 22.50. That was for a dollar. Now it's still dropping. Don't have very much left. All right. We are now open. Now that timber again is a buyout, so forget about that one. The timber, TMBR, is a buyout. Well, forget about the buyouts because there's not going to be, in theory, there won't be too much price movement. I mean, the buyouts obviously around $3, so they're going to. So they're yes. Sorry, William. I am sorry, William, but wow. Well, there we go, guys. I mean, that's right off the bat too. But of course, I'm in it, so wow. Hey, boys, back to bed for me. Don't have to do too much more today. I shouldn't say boys, people. All right. Boy, this SC is still getting hit here, guys. SC is still getting hit. That's a terrible. That was an earnings release. Yeah, that so it gapped down in a big way on earnings, and it's continuing to move down. SE. Okay, on the upside now, guys, on the 10-day daily breakout on the upside, ST, ESTE. Oh, lots of room. Now it's too early for me to take this, unfortunately, but there's a lot of room. When I say that's just my trading style, okay? I'm not saying you guys want to be more or less conservative than I am, fine, but ESTE, I mean, there's a lot of room. Looking at the weekly chart, 2038. So $2 to that next high. If you're wondering why I don't like to trade in the first 15, I just see too many times where a stock flips up and down, up and down, up and down. Hard for me to place an effective stop. Palo Alto, PANW on the move. PANW on the move. Earnings play. What's happening with China, guys? I just want to take a look at KWEB. FUTU is getting hit below the 200-day moving average again. FUTU is getting hit. I just want to take a look in general what's happening with China, AWEB. And the answer is, I mean, it's nothing major. So FUTU might be just moving down on its own. Look at Palo Alto, guys, though, at PANW, more expensive one, but oh, there's a now the next high looking left on the daily chart. I mean, it still has some room, 249, I believe. Let's make sure. Yeah, I mean, it still has a $10 to the next high. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Hills is a daily reversal. SKLZ, SKLZ is a daily reversal. Down day on Friday, reversing today. Now the next high looking left is what? 851 is the next high. So it's got a little bit of room. 851, but just again, a little too early for me. But look at this. So it just took that out. SKLZ trading higher if the company's board authorized probably a buyback, authorized a $65 million. Yeah, okay. So another repurchase program. Aha, look at the SPY now, guys. Basically wiping out that hour that was down, wiping it out now as we speak. I mean, we're still early here. So guys, so you guys can have at it with your longs on the NSSC. Okay, have at it. All right, let's see. Look at the ESTE. Well, the ESTE, I mean, that had a nice pop. Again, too early for me to really take it though. 1826 was the alert. I got up to 1860. What's the spread like? Spread isn't bad. Wasn't bad. So again, if you're less conservative than I am, because the next high is 2034. So this has to be watched, guys. Don't know if there's any specific news. It's an energy play. Energy is strong. Let's take a look at XLE. Make sure it's still strong. XLE. Yeah, pretty strong. XLE is still strong. HTHT, guys, on the way down through the 200-day moving average on Friday, continues now. The next low looking left is 40.38. That's $2 away. $2 away. All right, guys. PR Permian. So another energy play. Well, there's your okay. ESTE now showing up on the option scanner. PR is a takeover. Don't know. Let's take a look. You're right. It is actually. Okay, so that's why Earthstone. That's why ESTE. That's why ESTE is on the run here. Now this is interesting because it doesn't normally happen. That's a big pop. All stock. Oh, well, it's an all stock transaction. So Permian PR is buying EST. I don't know. That was just announced. No, that was pre-market. Interesting that, it's not typically what happens when you see that's a big pop. After the buyout was announced, that's a big pop. Palo Alto guys, PANW, not in it, but some of you will, may not mind being in this one. I mean, it's got still 249, 250 or so, 249.40 is the next high. Looking left still has some room. What a gap. That's what's pretty cool, William, that we can go on opposite sides of the same stock. And yeah, all it takes is one good trade. By the way, I don't know if those who wrote some emails to the company basically asking to get our trading room tab back up so it's a little more prominent than buried at the bottom. I super appreciate all the emails that came in, and some of you had some pretty kind words about the trading room. So I absolutely appreciate it. If you feel so inclined, if you haven't done it, what we're talking about is the fact that now to find the link to the trading room, it's kind of buried at the bottom. People who are in the room, of course, know how to get there, but I'm more concerned about new people coming into our new website and not having a clue that there's a trading room available. So again, if you didn't write an email, I'm not begging you to do, but if you feel so inclined, support at Trade Ideas. Just put the email in here. Support at trade-ideas.com. Oops, would help if I spell it correctly. There you go. Okay, so there's your email, support at trade-ideas.com. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't want to dwell on it too much, but it certainly can't hurt. Okay, now when you click on the trading room, before we used to see the trading room, right? Ah, no, no, no. I'm going to go to my homepage. Sorry. Not my homepage, but the Trading Days homepage. Yeah. So now when you go, it's a great. I love our website. I mean, it's really nice now. I think anyway. We used to have the trading room right at the top here, and now it's buried down here. Most people don't even go down there. So, and I know they're listening. So the more people that say, "Hey, why don't you just get the trading room back?" So it's easier for me to find and other people who might be new. Okay. Okay. So now we got to flip the script. We have a flip the script now for NSSC. Now it's an options play and it's 2350. It came in as an option play, this time to go long. I mentioned HTHT a little earlier, guys. What time is it now? 9:45. Okay, 9:45. Now I can take a little harder look at things now. Now that things have settled down a little bit. Yeah, I would not be going long this NSAC. I don't know. I mean, I just have this feeling that that was a nice pop. This is highly unusual, guys. Highly unusual that a buyout does something like this. Now, it is tied to the stock price of PR. So what is PR doing? Yeah, so that's kind of the issue a little bit. This is an all stock transaction, so there's no cash involved. So consequently, the buyout is tied to the share price of PR. Why don't you write that in, Goods? I know you're kidding, but we don't have lifetimes, but I know you're kidding. Wow, and all excitement. So this is a heck of a one from our AI guys, FRHC. What's the spread like? It's not a great spread, but the $93 stock. This had a tremendous day on Friday. This is a weird one, isn't it? This is one in Kazakhstan. Probably the only one I can think of that was their headquarters in Kazakhstan. And that is, oh, okay, that was a Hindenburg company. Okay. Yeah, because this is now an all-time high. Now I'm sure they're going to maybe they'll have to redo it. But look at the float, guys. You got to be so careful here. It's a very, very low float for a $94 stock. 17 million in the float for a $94 stock. Okay, there's a bit of a pullback now for PANW. Bit of a pullback. Not huge, but there is a bit of a pullback. Okay, so obviously Nvidia is going up, guys. So if you're unfamiliar with this NVDS, if you wanted to short Nvidia, okay, if you thought Nvidia was going to go down, you could buy this NVDS. You would buy it. Now you can see, and it would move higher if you felt that Nvidia was going to move down. Obviously, that's not the case right now. But if you did want to go long Nvidia without having to pay $400 or whatever it is now, you could buy NVDL, and you can see NVDL. So these are very specific ETFs just for Nvidia. They do trade enough. They have good volume. Yeah, boy, there's some whoops, what happened here? Um, yeah, I mean, I did not get this, too early for me, but wow, FRHC. Yeah, no shorts available. Not just no, we it's the big red dot. If you have Interactive Brokers, you know what I'm talking about. They won't even try to locate shares. It's probably a good thing. Well, it's funny though. I mean, that short float is not percent. If that can be, we can believe that number, 3% is not like crazy. It's just the float itself is so low well, almost a $100 stock. So low. Aha, ARQT guys, all-time low now, all-time low, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All-time low, ARQT. Well, William, here you go. It looks like the CFO left. Yeah, the CFO left. As you've said before, that you think the CFO leaving is more important than the CEO. Okay, so that's the news on ARQT, CFO leaving. Now let's see if yeah, so this is not one of these things that is was planned, you know, leaving at the end of the month to pursue another opportunity. This was not planned, guys. True, PJ, but I mean, usually they're orderly exits. I mean, a position like that, usually, that to me is, that's a very carefully worded PR. I don't know for sure, of course, but there's no, and we thank so and so for all his hard work over the last 10 years. All that sort of stuff. We wish him the best. I may be reading too much into it, but well, we don't know if he wasn't fired. That's the whole thing. I mean, it's not going to say he was fired. Like, could have been look, we don't know. Could have been, listen, we want you out, but we're going to let you leave on your terms. You want to resign? Fine. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know, but I've seen so many press releases where when somebody leaves, usually they flower it up a bit. That's the VWAP, Abe. That's the VWAP. Okay, that blue line on my 15-minute chart is the VWAP. On the 10 on the daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. Boy, look at the skills. This was a tremendous turnaround, guys. I did not take it. Tremendous turnaround. SKLZ. Again, on the don't, this is one of these daily reversals. I did not take it. It was too early for me to take it. But again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, 795 was the alert at 931. There was almost a dollar move on a $7 stock and ARQT, guys. Well, I've just do something here. How about would you short it, William? All right, what is the market doing? So we have a little disconnect going on here, guys. We have the Dow down just a little, but the Nas is up. So we've got and the SPY's up a little. So we've got a bit of a disconnect in the market between the so-called value stocks and growth stocks. I say Dow is just down a little bit, but the tech sector obviously having a little bit of a rally here. What is my opinion about Centerpoint Security? That is from our YouTube room. I guess it's it can be a little bit expensive, but I mean, if you are looking for a company that has basically every short that you could probably think of, then it's probably a pretty good deal. That's the only reason I would take Centerpoint. I don't have Centerpoint, but that's the only reason I would take Centerpoint. If if you want to have a brokerage that for the most part will have shorts available for you for almost anything, then that's what Centerpoint is all about. Now, if you don't care about shorting, then I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't take it. But companies like Cobra, Centerpoint, and Trade Zero, that's their claim to fame. The interesting thing, well, let's look. Let's say anybody with Centerpoint, anybody with Centerpoint in either room, because I'd be interested to know if you had shorts for FRHC. Interactive Brokers had no shorts, and well, the big red dot, that means we won't even try to find shorts for you. So I'm wondering, something like that. Did Centerpoint have shorts for FRHC? Out of curiosity. I thought they had relaxed it a little bit, Lori. The minimum 30,000 fund dollars. I thought they had relaxed it a little bit, but I may be wrong. They're definitely more expensive. I mean, it's not for people, but the only reason to take Centerpoint is if you really are into shorting, in my opinion. So it is 30,000. Okay. Well, there you go. So you're going to have 30,000, 30K. Up, it's up earlier. Okay. The only thing I can say about TUP is that it's through the 200-day moving average. Okay. And it's above the VWAP. So it's above, a couple of technical indicators. The next high looking left is 341. So yeah, I mean, it's got some room. It does have some room. If these the memers are getting hold of this one again, 30% short float percent. Yeah, TKC is showing up on my daily reversal scan, but my issue with it is that the next high isn't that far away on the weekly chart, not that far away. Oh my goodness, good. So well, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, well, okay. If you don't think it's a big deal, okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Well, I'm looking at PANW. There is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart that is forming. So let's take a look at PANW. Let's expand this 15-minute chart. You see that red bar is totally engulfed by that previous green candle. So if this green candle, which I'm sure it is right now, 242.50. So it's above the high of that candle right there. So this could be a sign that it's going to continue. Well, that's in the US, Panda. Yeah, you guys in the US have got this PDT rule. We're, I guess, luckier up in Canada. We don't have that PDD rule, so yeah, there are no minimums that you have to fund a brokerage account. We just don't have that PDT rule. Yeah, it happened. You're right. In theory, protection of the people, but look at this FRA. So I hope nobody got hurt in this one. I mean, this is now just diving. So again, I'm just anybody with Centerpoint. Did you have shorts available for FRHC? Anybody with Centerpoint? Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh, I don't mean to be muted. Muted. Thank you, Blaine. Okay, let me do that again. So XPEV is on the move here, guys. The next high was around that 1659 mark. If it can break through that, then I think it has about a dollar to the 1760 mark or so. And I believe this is all moving because of I think it was Bank of America upgrading them to 22. Thank you, Blaine. All right, guys. Back in that NSC, I don't know, I have a tough time saying that, NSSC short. I actually noticed it's also an AI short, RAI. That's what caught my attention. Right at 22 now, guys. Right at 22. This is rare for me. I've traded this three times now on the short side. X pops on another. Okay, let's take a look at X. Oops, let me get this up here. What is triggering? PR, man. PR and SD. Now that's a little better because the other ones were around 35, right, William? 35, 36. But now, who is it? Is it a US company looking at it, or is it another foreign company regarding US Steel X? I can't see that headline. US Steel denies union veto rights in company sale. I know that's not the our ARQ. Great day. ARQT guys, another new low, ARQT. So this is not talking about the $44 offer. It's just talking about the union or the company denying the union have a right to veto any sale. Now, whether that's true or not, who was it though? Who was it that offered 42? Oh, so it is still a foreign company, MT. I just have this feeling that maybe a lot of hoops to go through. There you are. There you are, $42. I think there'd be a lot of hoops to go through for this company to buy X, in my opinion. One of the oldest companies in the United States trading on the US stock exchange. You know, you guys were talking about Wald earlier. WALD. Wow, look at that. Okay, so that was halted. It popped off after the halt, but came right back down. Palo Alto doesn't look that good right now, guys. PANW. I think there's been three topping tails now. Yeah, three bunch of topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. Not huge ones, but nonetheless, topping tails. Buyers have been trying to get this up. Sitting right on the VWAP. 240.39 is the VWAP, so it's a dollar above it. That takes that out. Let me stick an alert around 240. Because if it takes out the VWAP, that could have a bit of a slide. Okay, guys, NIO is probably a sympathy play with XPAV. Now, NIO has got a ton of room. NIO is probably a sympathy play with XPAV. I don't see any. Well, they did have some news. Okay, they did have some. Just give me a moment. So NIO increases production with double shifts. Okay, so they do have some news. And there's wow, guys, there's the Pan W, like right at the VWAP, right at it. 240.40 is the VWAP, and it's sitting right on it. All right, guys, we are definitely so if you're in stocks that kind of follow the market, you're being chopped up here. I mean, we had 45. Well, first of all, we had about an hour down, then 45 up, and now we have 30 down. So we're in a bit of a again a choppy situation with the market. All right, HE is actually having a little pop here, guys. HE is having a little pop. It dropped for the first hour or so, um, but it is having a little bit of a pop right at the VWAP, 1281. Boy, this one, I mean, still has it's again being bought by PR, but completely tied to PR stock price. So, if you wanted to short this one, just keep an eye on PR. The minute PR starts to move down, the ESTE should. Now you can short PR, of course. You don't have to short ESTE, but I mean, I kind of like the ACHR, but it's so extended for me right now on the 15-minute chart. The big deal, of course, about this one right now is taking out the high of 3 weeks ago, which was 710. Keep an eye in PANW, guys. A 240 break could get it running down. Well, I mean, it's below the VWAP, right? PNW is below the V. I mean, barely below the VWAP. I mean, that's the only indicator we can really take a look at right now, and it's just barely below it. So I think, well, I think the longer it holds below the VWAP, I mean, it's just, we just don't know. You're right. We don't know at this point, but as long as if it stays underneath that VWAP any length of time, which is at 240.39. Okay, I am just trying to get a fill on this PANW, a good one. Okay, I'm in it, guys, and my stop will be the VWAP. I'm short PANW. I'm going to know pretty soon, I think. Wow, that was, it's really, yeah, it's pretty. I have to keep remembering it's a $240 stock, so these 40-cent moves are not that big a deal. But I've got my out, so we'll see what happens. Gonna have to watch it though, okay? I'm gonna watch it. So not on mute, but I'm definitely just gonna spend a lot of time watching this PANW. Market dropping could help. I mean, that's a big. I mean, what's going on, guys? I mean, we're just in that chop. Just trying to carve out a little bit on this PANW. Got to get that ass to catch up to the bid of it, or not. I mean, I've got my out. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just adjusting something. In case I'm okay. I We're right at the VWAP now, just underneath the VWAP. That's a big red bar, guys. Big red bar now. The market. Sorry, guys. I guess I have to keep an eye on this PANW. I'd love to see that ask it below 240 again. May not happen. I had a little bit of profit on it, but I was looking for a lot more. Okay. The spread is, yeah, I'm out of it now, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just put another price alert around 239.60 and see if it takes it out later on. Maybe the market with what it was doing would really cause it to move down a little bit further, but all right. Next, Bill. Okay, let's take a look at Bill, BIL. I know you've been talking about Bill. Well, it's got room. That's for sure. It definitely has room. Let's see, where is the VWAP? So it's underneath the VWAP, 110.78, certainly far enough away. Had the big comeback on Friday. There was an earnings play on Friday. Looks like it's following the market pretty closely. A couple of red bars, couple of red bars. Oh, okay, guys, I'm gonna have to. Well, okay, let's take a look at Moderna mRNA. Yeah, it's been had a great day on Friday, I think. Yeah, pretty good. Well, actually, Wednesday and Thursday, a little pause on Friday. Continuation today. Next high looking left is 111.83, so it's got some room. Mentioned this HTHT earlier, right around here, and it still has some room, 40.34. So it still has about a $1.70 or so to the next low looking left on the daily chart. And that's HTHT. All right, guys, HTHT underneath 42. Very interesting for me. Okay, we've got another daily reversal here, guys. EH, this is a China airline sector play. EH, this has been a really active trader in the past. 2039, about $2 to the next high for EH. Okay. Again, this is on a daily reversal. Again, down day on Friday, up day today. That's basically what it's looking for. Not a great spread. 1841, 1856 right now, 1841, 1851. Not a great spread, but I mean, if it tacks on a 50 cents to a dollar, that spread won't matter. I didn't want to go there, goods. Enough of the Canadian stereotypes. Okay, guys, I'm in the HDHT and just under, wow, it just popped a little bit on me. I was just underneath 42, so it just popped on me. Not much, but I want to, hopefully, it's got a, well, for me, it's got a hold underneath 42. Now, the best thing for me with the EH is if it just rests just a little bit, because this does have the, it's got the capabilities of going on a run, intraday run. China stock. All right, we have a halt here, or we're zoomed now. FBIOP. Is this a blank check? Have nothing on it. Well, that Palo Alto is just still hanging around. Well, actually, it's over the, yeah, sorry, it's over the VWAP now quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, but about a dollar. That spread is still not great for EH, but it's on the move. 1847, 1864. It's just not a great spread. Is what I'm talking about right here. Time and sales, interactive broker. So you see the bid ask, 1847, 1864. You know, again, it won't matter if it tacks on 50 cents to a dollar, but we don't know that's going to happen. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of waiting to see if this HTHT can really leave 42 behind. Basically, where I shorted it right now, so nothing has really happened on it. All right, guys. I will now go over my homepage, okay, as I'm waiting on this HTHT to see if it can really take out 42 in a bigger way. All right, this is what you'll find on my homepage. Okay, there's my homepage link. Click on it. This is what you're going to find. Excuse me. So, you want to take out a subscription? There is a promo code for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. No, I'm sorry, I can get you a better promo if you want. I can get you 25% if you do want to take a yearly. Okay, but right now this is the promo for 15% off the first month only of Trade Ideas. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. It will take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Due to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101, a lot of videos. You don't have to look at them all, of course, but a lot of videos right there. So if you are new to trading, this is a free course. Out of the HTHT, guys. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it right there, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Let's see how it's doing. Trade of the week was or is UAA. The suggested entry was around $8. Let's see what's happened with. So again, just like last week, did not trigger. I don't think last week's, which was SLB, Schlumberger, I don't think it triggered. This one doesn't look like it's going to trigger. Well, certainly not today. But that's what the email says. The suggested entry was $8, did not hit it. Sorry about that. So there's your trade of the week, and that is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. You can take a look at that. A lot more detail about alert windows and top list windows and price alerts, etc. Getting started series. That's the same thing. The 10 videos. Daily support. So today is Monday. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today being Monday, it should be Chris Varley. Okay. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris for an hour. Now, if you want my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, it'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see the scan section, and here are my scans that I'm sharing right now. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. That kind of sets the tone for me a little bit. See what stocks obviously are moving up and down in the pre-market to see whether or not there'll be continuation once the market opens. Pulse resumes. You see over here, these are stocks that get halted, and then the resumption. This is my wow. Look at the ACHR doing very well now. This is my option activity scanner right there. Abnormal option activity. I'll explain that a little bit later. What you can't see, which are on my other monitors, are the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. This is what they look like. This is what gave us, NSSC early and ARQT, the EST early, PR early. Now we're getting HOLO. Okay, and there they are right there. And the momentum up and down is right here. And then the daily reversals. Okay, the daily reversals that gave us skills earlier on, SKLZ. Now, just because you get an alert in any one of these doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. It's all about, clicking on the alert, checking to see what's happening on the daily chart, the weekly chart, maybe even what's happening in the market, sizing it up, and then if it meets your trading plan, you buy it or short it. So, as always, if you want to help this room and keep this room free and going, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my link. It's that simple. You can save my homepage. If you want to take out a subscription now or next week or next month or next year, that's fine. As long as you save my homepage and use that promo code, it just helps the room, okay? Keeps the room free and it'll keep it going. The other thing is if you save my homepage, then of course at any point you can take a look at the scans. I do change them up from time to time and the big education section. Okay, guys. What the YouTube room? We don't go there now. But before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. You talking about the YouTube room? Oh, oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay. Well, as I said before, if you anybody who feels so inclined to, and I do appreciate a lot of emails that came in, basically asking the company to put the link to the trading room so it's a little more front and center rather than burying it at the bottom. Okay. So, and I do appreciate all the kind words that were said. So if you feel you want to do that, not just you goods, but anybody else, say, hey, make that trading room a little more accessible as opposed to see right now. This is our new homepage. I love the new homepage. I think it's great. But it used to be, the trading room used to be up here. But at least even if they put it in the market scope somewhere, but right now it is buried, and most people don't do this, right? Most people don't go down here, and there it is. So people who are in the room now, obviously they knew where to find it, but I'm more concerned about people who just kind of, blunder onto our site. They'll have no idea there's a room. So again, if you feel so inclined to write the company and say, hey, get that trading room tab a little more visible for people. The website got updated. I think it was last Wednesday. I think it was last Wednesday, either Wednesday or Thursday. I mean, I like the new website. I do. I mean, I think it's a little more interesting and all, and I understand what they're trying to do. but that's obviously from a personal point of view. I wish I hadn't done that to the trading room. Can you retract? I don't know if you're kidding or not. Oh, Grumpy, yes, you are kidding. Yes, yeah, you can retract it. Anyway, guys, that's enough about that. And that's the issue, Chris. So yeah, I mean, if you feel like you want to just send an email to the company, support at trade-ideas.com, you can say that. Love the site, new site, but why not make the trading room a little more visible? That's all. Now, Holo, how far has Holo gone? 368 was the alert. 385 now, not in it. I wouldn't get in it now either. It's too close to four for me, but low float, 9.5 million in the float. And as always, guys, first of all, if you're new to the room, I should always give a big welcome. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Maybe later, if I have questions, I'll stay past three. Well, Jamie, I should have listened to you. ACHR, definitely a nice alert. ACHR, on the move here, breaking above that high of 3 weeks ago. You know what? PANW now actually looks like a looks like a long again. PANW, Palo, excuse me, Palo Alto. And it still has room. 249. 249 is the next high looking left. So, William, I'm thinking I'm going long and you want a short Palo Alto. That's okay. So here's another China stock, guys. VIPS, another one. It was down on Friday. Moving ahead of Friday's high now, above Friday's high, and still has some room. VIPS 1640 has about $1. All right, guys. What am I looking at here? I just have some thumbnail charts, just kind of see if there's anything kind of interesting. Excuse me, ARQT is still kind of interesting to me. It's an all-time low. 665 was the low today. If it takes it out later on, that could get it running down again. All right, guys. Palo Alto may go from here now. As in, yeah, a little pop now for Palo Alto. 245 is the next. Yes, 245. Couple of Market Explorer scans I'm going to take a look at, guys. These are something that Michael has created a couple of pattern recognition. I want to say uptrend. Let's see what these are kind of looking like. Well, it's got room to 249 anyway. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it does have room to 249. And if it takes that out, um, PANW, then the next high would be 253. I mean, we're almost at an all-time high. I mean, I guess it looks like the all-time highs must be up here, 258. I had some shorts available for this one. I was looking at this one. APCX was right around here, the 430 mark, but I wanted to wait for four. And looking left, 370 to me might be too close. All right, Palo Alto. Just flip the script, guys. They basically kind of held that VWAP area. That was the whole idea of it. Seeing what was it going to do around the VWAP. So I took that short early, but I mean, it did break down a little bit below the V. That VWAP has changed, by the way. Okay, guys. So this daily reversal for EBIX, it could get interesting if it takes out 15. The next high looking left. Yeah, if it takes out 15, it could get interesting. I mean, it's come a long way down from that 30 mark. Not that long ago, a couple of weeks ago, this was a $30 stock that's been basically cut in half. And that is EBIX. Had earnings on the 9th, obviously didn't help. Did not help at all. 246 on the horizon now. 246, 246. There we go. 246 for Palo Alto, PANW. Okay. We're on the opposite sides, but that is fine. Okay, guys, while I'm waiting to see how much further PA&W can go, talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a scanner, okay? A lot of screeners are out there, screening programs that we are a screener, but we've also got powerful scanning capabilities. So what do I mean by that? If I take a look at this scan right here called Momentum Up, if I right click on configure and then click on the summary. This is the screening aspect, okay? This is so if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading six times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum, 1,000% of normal in the last minute, 400% in the last 5 minutes. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at, real-time alerts. So the last one that happened was 1049 for Holo at 385. That's the last time any stock met all those filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, that's why nothing since 1049. What scan was EBIX? That was on the daily reversal, Jamie, on my homepage called Daily Reversal. Okay, EBIX right there, 1482. How did the EH end up doing? 1840. Yeah, not really doing. See, this is getting more interesting to me now that it's kind of basing a little bit. I don't feel like I'm in chase mode now. If it takes out this 1850 mark, might be a little more interested in it. But yeah, it's called the daily reversal. Okay. End of the conversation. Are you leaving us? No, no, no. But I mean, look, the room has to pay for itself. It's that simple. Okay. And the company is looking at the room like any other business decision. If the room isn't paying for itself, and I can't predict what's going to happen in the future. So that's why all I'm saying is that a couple things. If you write the company and say, first of all, get the trading room link so it's a little more visible, not for you guys because you already know where it is and you're on YouTube, Bill, so that doesn't matter to you. But for new people coming in, and then if you do end up taking out a subscription, just use my promo code. It helps the room gets credit and all that. But I cannot predict the future, what's going to happen. So I was talking about the scans that I'm sharing. So of course you can have that scan, any of the scans I'm sharing, but of course you can adjust them too. I mean, remember, this is what I like to see. You may not like to see the same thing. So I mean, my price range here is between 1 and 50. You might like 10 and 100. You might like something completely different. You might like a different minimum volume. You might want to take one of these filters out down the road once you get used to using Trade Ideas. Maybe you find a filter that you'd like to add in. Or you can take the scan exactly the way it is, but it's up to you. This is not, I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all, but especially in the price range. I mean, the price range is something that, that is just personal. If you want 10 and 100, you just change it. And you'll see how in the summary now it's 10 and 100. You would say okay, and then you could save it to your cloud, and now you've got my scan basically, and you've customized it. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans right from scratch, of course you can. This time, click on search, and you're going to see here are all of the real-time alerts we have. So, caution, you don't have to learn them all. I mean, right at the very top, new high, new low of the day, real time, new high, real time, new low. But we have all these other, lots and lots of other real time alerts. Okay, one that I think probably a lot of people might like, and maybe a new 5 minute high, or a new 5 minute low, or a 10 minute. We have these different time periods. And if I keep scrolling down, until I see these icons. These are all the filter icons we've got. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is because we've got lots of customers, lots of different trading styles. So obviously we had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who do want to create their own scans. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only way if you click on the homepage link now, you have to scroll down. Okay, somebody's asking about that. Trading room, there's the trading room down there. At the very least, okay. I know they're trying to unclutter everything, but even if they just put it in the market scope, because I think people will click on that, new people will click on that, and then they'll see it. Say that is a brand new website. I think it was launched on Thursday. I see all the emails that come in, Jamie. Every single email. If you send it to support at trade-ideas.com, I see, yeah, it goes into what's called a general email area folder, if you will. And I see all the emails that come in. Mainly, I just try to see if I can help. There might be something that people are looking for, and I try to help out our support people. But yeah, no, I see every email that comes in. As I say, I much appreciated all the emails that came in on Thursday and Friday. I wonder if this GFGD is going to get rolling later. GFGD. This is a SPAC. Maybe not today, but maybe later, guys. I mean, they actually now do say so. I don't know what Zero Knox does. Should look it up, I guess. But that is who they're going to be merging with. This looks like a European company or something. But anyway, so it looks like it is getting closer and closer to a merger. And you know how sometimes these SPACs go absolutely crazy just ahead of that. So what I'm going to do with this one is just put a price alert around 11:38. That was the high today. And see, number one, if it takes that out at some point, may not happen today, may never happen. But if it does, that could get it running. Wow, this market is just yeah, pretty good. 45 minutes straight up, and now we've just been basically straight down. A little pause here between 10:30 and 11, but we've been basically straight down. I'm not a buyer of AMC. Okay. You're obviously putting that out there for a reason. AMC popping. Oh, you mean on a bounce? Yeah. So, David, okay, I don't want to dwell on it too much, guys, but I have a question from our YouTube room. It's just that the trading, you're always in, well, you are sometimes in the main room, but obviously getting into YouTube is easier, but get into the main room now, they have to search for the trading room tab. So all I was saying is that, and people have been emailing the company and saying, "Hey, why did you make the trading room tab as visible as it was before? It was super easy to find and get into the room." And so I've just said, if you feel so inclined, you can contact the company and say, "Hey," because my concern is more for new people. How are new people going to know there's a room? So I'm just saying, if you want to send an email to support at trade-ideas.com and say, please make the trading room tab more visible like it used to, or as visible as it used to be. The more the merrier. You thought I was one of those with diamond hands? You're kidding, right? You are kidding. I am the anti-diamond hands. But I don't know if I don't know if you're kidding. Well, this DCTH guys, if it ever took out Friday's low, look out below. Friday's low was about excuse me, 463. Underneath that, then it's 280. Is there actually news on AMC? Oh, I see. After Pantera Capital. Okay. Oh, you are? I'm sorry. Again, I have no idea if you're kidding or not. You are a diamond hander, DHT? Sorry if you are. I mean, I don't know what else to say. No, I just don't believe any of the conspiracy theories that are out there that they're a quadrillion shares short and eventually they're all going to have to cover in GME and AMC and the gold mine that AMC, the gold prospect that AMC bought is eventually going to fund. They're going to hit the mother lode and it's going to fund AMC and take it out of its debt. Do I believe any of that? No. Oh, I see. Not you. Okay. No, no. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were kidding or not. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down a little bit now for me. I am not in anything right now. I'm totally out of everything. Yeah, I actually have GME thumbnail for some reason. I did see the pop up to 1880 and then the drop right back down to 18-ish. A little bromance between PJ and Taurus. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, all I know is that the ape was in theory created to fund AMC to a certain extent, but by funding, they've diluted the AMC horribly. Ape will cease to exist, I think, this month sometime. I think maybe the 23rd. You caught that one, did you, PJ? Why is Yell Q at 70% today? I don't know. What's Yell doing? I mean, Yell is filed for bankruptcy. Oh, I see. Well, so Yell Q, it sounds like that's the pink. Is that on the pinks now? Trading is, yeah, okay. So Yell went to Yell Q on the pinks. I don't know. I mean, so this happened yesterday. Bankrupt Yellow draws new $1.5 billion bid for truck terminals. All right. That was yesterday, though. Today's the 21st. Yeah. So that was released on Sunday. Well, I mean, I guess that's the news. Big sell-off, guys, in this market today. I mean, now we still have a little disconnect. Tech stocks are probably up a little bit, but the Dow is definitely selling off. Again, there's a little disconnect. Dow is down, NASA's up. All right, guys. Palo Alto again now testing the VWAP, PANW. I'm gonna leave it alone though for the rest of the day. It's Even for a $240 stock, a little too choppy for me. OBIO? OBIO? I don't know that one at all. I don't think I've heard of that one before. Orchestra Biomed. Well, we've got 21.9 million. Never heard of this one before. So we have our provider has 22 million and the float. Never seen this one before. Don't remember this move at all. Hey guys, I'm just following an internal discussion right now. Really, nothing has alerted to me as a new alert for the last little while. 1055 for this one on the option scanner, 1049 here. So not really too much happening for me right now. Okay, guys, time's 11:32. So in about 30 minutes, I will be taking my break. Here's maybe an interesting one. LYTS. LYTS. It's an all-time high. LYTS, all-time high, hanging over the VWAP 1604. Spread is okay, 1610, 1612. So again, maybe an interesting one, guys. LYTS. The high today was up at 1633. That in theory, well, that is the all-time high, but yeah, Ovi, I've had well, it's kind of a weird day for me too. I mean, NCCS was a great short for me. Third time. I had a couple of losses on the HTHT, the NIO, and Palo Alto early on a short, made it back up and more on the long. But yeah, kind of look at the, you know what, this HTHT now has got me interested in going long. We could look at it. I mean, there's got a ton of room. 43.24 is the next high. Looking left on the 15-minute chart. Some of you were talking about TSAT earlier. TSAT. Yeah, next high looking. Wow, it's got a lot of room. 1782, $1.60 or so, $1.50 or so until the next high looking left for TSAT. Let's see if it bases just a little bit here. It had a pull up to, or well, got up to 1679, pulled back down to 1636. Let's see if it kind of bases a little bit and then starts making a move again. Actually, you're talking about Target. I actually saw Target earlier and some for some reason. Yeah, shoot. You know what? Well, the next low looking left is 120. So it's below that. It's actually below that. So now the next low looking left for Target is 120, around 125. So not that far away. No, a little less than $3 away. But underneath that whole number, yeah, Target, TGT. And the minute I say that, it pops just a little bit above 128. Well, guys, things have really slowed down in terms of the new alerts that I'm getting. So with that in mind, I'll be back in about a couple of minutes. Well, I think what I'm going to do, of course, we're almost afternoon now. 20 minutes, I'll be on my break. Look for setups in the afternoon of stocks that have been really moving, and now they're maybe just sort of resting for a bit, and maybe giving us a setup. Yeah, an afternoon, call it a siesta scan. Yeah, I mean, this is just sort of, I mean, like, can't manufacture stuff. I mean, there's just no new alerts happening. Chris, so it'll be Chris. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes while I take my break. This FIS is kind of interesting, guys. It's FIS. I'm just looking at this breakdown here, looking at the daily chart. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 53.67. So a dollar 50 away. Still rocking the Moderna. Okay, let's take a look at Moderna. Moderna. Yeah, nicely done. I mean, I think when you were mentioning this was about a 106 maybe. and it still has some room, a little bit of room, 112. 111.68. So at $1.50 to the next high, looking left for Moderna. But if you look at the weekly chart, certainly a lot more room, to till you get a really severe resistance. That's a long way, $17 though. Nice to hear, Christine. Nice to hear. Yeah, and I'll say it again, tell your friends, tell your family, anybody who wants to come into this room, not necessarily, they don't have to be traders, but maybe they're just kind of interested in, what is all this stock market stuff all about? And I say it's free. Oof. So since 10 o'clock, guys, we're now almost 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes, except for a little pause here. We've been straight down. And the market had a nice little lift pre-market. I mean, the market looked pretty good pre-market up until 8 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, we went down from 8 to 9. We went down. Boy, look at AMC. Just This is an all-time low now for AMC. Not quite, just about almost an all-time low now for AMC. Wow. Okay, guys. I am just getting set to take my break. Really, I don't see too much that I'm interested in. KMT. What is KMT doing? Well, 2021 is when it all started. January 2021, BHT. That's when GMA went crazy and AMC followed, and BlackBerry and a few of them. But that was January 2021. So we're over 2 years away. I mean, we're 2.5 years from that. Ooh, well, this is snooze time for sure. All right, guys. Well, look, any questions before I take off for my break? Again, I'm not seeing too much that's interesting to me. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over at around 1 o'clock, just before one. Chris normally shows up just before about sorry, not one, but just before noon Eastern. So what are we now? We're at 11:48. So I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, and you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour if you like. I got to start looking at some of these things as potential shorts now, guys. I mean, this PR just pop, kept moving. And I got to start looking at some of these as potential shorts as opposed to momentum plays. I mean, this one is could be, I mean, 1306 now, 1305 is the VWAP, below the VWAP. And when you look left, it's got room down to 1239. That's the low of today, I believe, in that area, 1239, and that is for the PR. If I weren't taking my break, I'd be probably inclined to do this, put a stop at the VWAP and see what happens. Let's do it. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do it here in the simulator. I'm going to take 300 shares. I'm going to sell short. Can I short? Yep. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. I'm not doing anything with money management. I would normally not do it quite like this. Put a stop at say 1308, 1310, just above the VWAP. And you'll see a line on the chart. So if I get taken out of this trade without before it hits the VWAP or around that area, I'll be out $60. Okay, this is in the simulator. My guess is that ST is also dropping. Wouldn't make sense that it wouldn't be dropping. Because remember, so PR is buying ST, but it's an all stock transaction. So as PR stock goes, so does ESTE. All right, guys. So Palo Alto, PANW, again, looks like the VWAP trying to hold it, but I can't get too enthused about it right now. Not with this market moving down like this. I know it's an earnings play, so it'll be trading on its own more than the average stock, but again, this one every single day it seems to show up KVUE, and it is not shortable again for me at Interactive Brokers. On Friday, I tried to short this, or I was going to short it, but couldn't. There were no shorts available, and I know previous to that there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but this seems to show up every single day now as a potential short. Very choppy, supposedly being added to the 200-day moving, the 200-day moving, the S&P 500, and that is KVUE. Well, at least we got a couple of new ones here. So there's TSAT, a high looking left. Yeah, it's got room. I mean, it's got a ton of room. 1790 is the next high looking left, approximately, for TSAT. Wow, TSAT on the move, guys. TSAT on the move. Really on the move. I'm not in it. Well, TSAT, guys. TSAT. That just erupted. It got, I think it's got right up to the high of 3 days ago. Not quite 1767 today. The high 3 days ago was 1780. Just as I was going to say, I'll put my announcement in. I hear Chris. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Mr. Barry. How are you?
Not too bad. Let me just get my announcement in. So, guys, Chris is in the YouTube room now, so I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. And a break back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, muting myself now, guys, in the main room. All right, Mr. Chris, how are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Not bad.
All right.
There was definitely a pregnant pause, but yes,
We're here nonetheless.
we're here nonetheless. Exactly. So, yeah, so I'll take off now.
Very good, very good. Let me throw my screen up there real quick.
Okay.
We're in.
All
You're
right.
out.
Okay.
I'll see you in about an hour,
hour.
Barry. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Have a good break. All righty, everybody. So as Barry makes his way out and I make my way in, my usual spiel to start us off here. No pre-done content. Keep this as a open forum Q&A. Let you folks drive the content, as I always think that is best. But of course, we don't have any questions coming in. Do my best to keep it moving and informative. I think it's just always best when you folks drive the content. I feel like we get more out of it together as a community in general. A lot of times you're going to ask a question that I'm sure someone else is sitting on as well. Oftentimes the questions that get asked, they get my juices flowing and sparking and, kind of bring us all together in that way where I'm learning too, sometimes on the fly with you all. With that said, again, happy Monday, and give a pause for the cause and see if any questions come rolling in here. And let's see, just want to scroll up to see if there's anything really important that was going on earlier in the session here. All right, nothing, I think, jumping out at me anyway. Some general talk and stock comment or two. All right, so with that said, let's see. And an interesting day in the market today. Want to bring this over real quick, and tale of two summers essentially. This is my 30-day market breadth. Essentially what it's doing is taking 30-day highs versus 30-day lows. A few volume metrics that are in there just to make sure, it's not ridiculous stocks coming through. All stocks, yes. Do all stocks count? Absolutely, all stocks count. But I think for the purposes of what I'm doing anyways, I like to weed out the stuff that's trading, 5, 10,000 shares a day, stuff like that. That's not really going to affect my decision making, what those stocks are doing. Not that they're not relevant stocks, just, time and place. And right now it isn't that. So anyways, we can see here really, the new 30-day highs are getting crushed by the new 30-day lows. This earlier in the day was more like this here, where it was probably closer to 60% green and 40% red, give or take. And I thought to myself, I don't know that I really trust that right now. Monday, people aren't feeling it. Recently, we've got a correction going on. I don't know, somewhere, depending on what index you're looking at. I don't know, let's say in between, I guess maybe 6 and 9% or something like that. It doesn't seem like a panic selling off, fairly orderly right now. Does it become panic? Does it become bigger? Does it become deeper? Do we run back into a bear market? Who knows, right? I certainly don't know. Nobody really knows. But, just for the purposes of long plays that I've had, I'm more of a long thinker than a short thinker in general. I just had that feeling that this would come this way, given that I also had, my other ones together here. Let's bring these all together. And sorry, I'm not looking right now at the questions panel. So just give me a moment if anybody's put any questions in. I had to minimize that window real quick. So I just finished this thought here. And then if there are questions coming in, I'll dive right on those. I'm not ignoring anybody just in case those are coming in. Now, these are looking at a snapshot of today done by Market Cap. Most of you probably familiar with all of these, smalls to the small, kind of midish, more midish, big caps here. What I have seen here is that these have stayed kind of balanced at the moment. Your small and mid caps, all these were around 60-40 to the green side. Coming back the other way a little bit more. This is almost 60-40 back to that side. This has gone more 50-50-ish. However, the big caps have really kind of stayed holding here for the moment. Yes, we can see here that the new highs are starting to move their way up while the new lows really aren't doing a whole lot. But the ratio of them overall really hasn't gone either way. So long story long, I think we're at a very mixed market right now. At least that's what we're seeing on the day today. Nobody really knows which way they want to go. Obviously, the SPY gapped up. We can see that right here on this 5-minute chart. Boom, gapped up. Tried to make a move up, sold off. Tried to make a move up, rejected just over the high of the day. Has sold off. A little bit of a bounce going on again right here. You can see we're obviously under pressure. 1, 2, 3 down days in a row with a gap down and a move back up on Friday, and we're right back at it again today. So it's a mixed market. Don't be in a rush. I missed out on more of this upside than I would care to ever admit to myself anyways. Always got to take stock of what we've done. But, I wish I'd caught more of this upside. Everybody wishes they caught more of this upside. I should have. Shame on me for not catching more of it, because I really believe that we were making more moves up. I don't really have an excuse. I can make a 1,000 excuses why I missed more of this upside than I should have. With all of that said, this seems like a fairly logical area to pull back right now. Wouldn't even be surprised if we saw us pull back even a little deeper. Maybe we pull back to here, maybe a bounce and a pull back to here before a possible bounce again. That's the camp I sit in currently. Been wrong before. Won't be surprised if I'm wrong again. All the same, that's kind of, my thought on the market right now. Some things are changing. Technology isn't leading like it was before. Energy has really come and stepped in. I know, obviously, to the semiconductors, they were leading the way early. They've given a lot back. But things like energy have really kind of turned around recently. We'll see where it all goes. When I look at energy, XLE is, obviously one of the first places you're going to go to here. And this still looks pretty decent to me right now. I like to look at these steps moving up. I'd love to see this kind of consolidate a little bit. Day 2, 3, 4, 5. Before trying to take this out back over here into that. XOP is another one I like to keep a really close eye on. This is more exploration. Same kind of look here on that 20-day low indicator. Obviously, 150 is a bear for it. It busts through 150. We're taking 160. We're taking a shot towards us here. Obviously, also nowhere near lifetime highs on either one of those indexes. Let's keep that in mind. Let's bear all these things in mind. As we look here, though, it's a pretty big area, right? Going back through here, and then if we give a scroll back to the long term, excuse all the nonsense going on outside, is garbage day here. And they're here about an hour and a half late. All right, there they go. All right, but we scroll back here, back to 2018, back into 2022. We can see here, we're at some pretty big inflection points. A lot of people believe that there's a super commodity trade going, or super commodity cycle going on. Time will tell. Time will tell on all these things. All I care about is price and volume. Right now, price dictates that we're trying to break back out again. But remember, from failed moves come fast moves. So I won't be surprised if we really struggle at 150 on energy, XOP anyways. If we really struggle on the XLE let's bring that back up again. At this 90 level, if we really struggle at this 90 level, like I said, from failed moves come fast moves. Don't be surprised to see that happen real quick, right? Anyways, with all that said, I apologize. Let me bring up and make sure if I missed anything. And apparently I missed nothing. So either you folks were engaged with what I had to say there, or you've all gone to sleep on me. Either way, I hope that it all is bearing some positive effects for you there. So that's the short and skinny that I really got at the moment. Like I said, hopefully that hopefully that sparks some juices flowing for you folks. I think September on the horizon. And then, we got to look at, just trying to get windows back to where they belong. September on the horizon, and can't ignore, the holidays that come in with September, Labor Day. And then, where I live, there's a very large Jewish population. So you've got to have Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. They certainly bear an effect on the market. I live, in an area where there are a lot of market participants, a lot of people in the community that I live with here. They are all, very big in the market one way or the other. They take a lot of those dates off. So just because summer's coming to an end doesn't mean we're going to see the volume come right back in. We will certainly see some volume come back in, but it gets a little spotty in September, where I think we'll see some volume bursts of the overall market. We'll see it tick back down. And then as we come into October and November, we'll really see that move back up in volume of the market. So we'll see how these bigger market participants that come in, how they digest data, what they're seeing, what they're doing, and obviously economic numbers and all that stuff like that. Again, something I've mentioned in the past, I would just implore people to keep in mind that the quote unquote macro view, you're always going to find people at the macro view that just think it's terrible and it's all coming to an end and all those things like that. Inflation and stagflation and hyperflation. I mean, if you follow any news sources, you must have heard it all. The dollar's collapsing, but we have hyperinflation. We'll also have stagflation, and we have inflation, and we have no growthflation, and blah, 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 blah. They can't all be right. All the bear cases can't be right. All the bull cases also can't be right. We know that unemployment has remained low, which is, I get a bad thing for interest rates, obviously, because high interest rates, lead to, slower growth or smaller growth. Yet at the same time, people are employed. They can at least pay their bills at the same time, or at least not get as far behind on their bills as they might without being employed. So it's a puzzle. There's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of movement in it. Don't get caught up in the drama. Don't get caught up in the nonsense. Really, 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 really pay attention to price and volume. That's what we're here for. We're not macro people here. I'm certainly not a macro person. Obviously, we don't ignore it, right? Is it Matthew Verdal? We're technicians that live in a fundamental world. That's how it really goes. So, all right, I'm babbling. I'm sorry. Leanne, definitely listening. All right, appreciate it. I surmise as much people are listening. I just tease, try to poke you all, get you asking some questions. Hi, Chris. The window count for market breadth that you shared, that would be looking at new high lows for 30 days and alerts, correct? Yeah, exactly. It's making, it's an alert making a new 30-day high, 30-day low. I'll bring over that window real quick and go over it. If anybody requests for it, I'll of course send it out, but I won't share it unless someone's requesting, because I've shared it a ton, so I don't want to spam anybody with that. But if we come into the configure, and the green data and red data are going to be the same with the exception of new highs and new lows, but we'll look at them all the same. So what we got going on here on the green data is, stock's got to be making a new high, and I put a 30 in here. And the reason I put a 30 in there is because weekends are counted in this, right? So 52, if you were looking for a 52-week high, you'd put a 365 in there, right? And so in this case, I put a 30-day as that because the weekends are counted. So that's where the 30-day high comes in. And then just a few metrics that I put in here. Your stock's got to be above $5, has to have traded 250,000 shares on the day. Got to have a market cap of over, what did I do here? Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Got to have a market cap of over 50 million. And I want to see that it's trading at least 75,000 shares a day for the last 3 months. Nothing crazy on the volume, nothing crazy on the market cap, but I just want to see stuff that really kind of drives the market, is certainly going to have more weighting in the market versus the stuff that's not going to really have any effect on the market at all. Obviously, your things like your Apples and your Googles and your Metas and your Teslas, so on and so forth, they're going to have the biggest weighting, the biggest effect. So they're all lumped in there and things like that. But when you've got some of these, really small, low float companies that all of a sudden they get a day where they're ripping and they're making new 30-day highs and stuff like that, but the thing hasn't traded at all in the last 6 months or something, I don't want that to affect what I'm looking at in here. I want this as a real market picture. And so it's always a fine line between what you let in and what you don't let in, because anybody that's done enough scan building, oh geez, this scan, it was good, but it's, it's letting in these, 10 stocks a day that I can't stand to see, some of these alerts that come in. But if I adjust it, then the 5 that were really great, I'm missing one of those, and so on and so forth. So, it's a back and forth between what you want to let in and what you don't want to let in. No perfect scan exists. We just try to refine it to the best possible situation or best possible set of data leading us to the best situations for us, essentially. So that's what I did in that there. And then again, if we come back into the configure on the red side of things, obviously in the selected alerts, it's going to be the same thing, only new lows at a 30 here on the alert filter. And then back to the window specific filters. That's what we got there for that. So that's the short and skinny of what I'm using on that. I will also say that I started using this really the beginning of May, very, very end of April. I would say, on days where I'm seeing a lot more green going this way on it, when I quote unquote let my winners run during the day like that, things usually turn out a little bit better. I won't say that I'm more flexible with my stops, but I'll say maybe I'm a little more generous in the distance so that I've set the stop to start with when I see it's a real heavy green day, especially after we get past like the first hour of the day. Versus a day like today where obviously we're really red. I'm going to be less lenient or a little tighter on those stops because it's one of those days where something starts moving down against you. Unless it's really an alpha stock on that day, it's unlikely that it's coming back. So no reason to sit there and put yourself more exposed to risk in that situation. Cut it and move on, that kind of thing like that. So again, I minimized so I could just pull that over the chat window, make sure that I got it. Are you sharing this? Yeah, I'll share it out. Yeah, absolutely. I've shared it in the past, so I just was I didn't want to flood in case someone's had it. Just give me 1 second here to find 30-day market breadth, share, copy, and so that's at 30-day market breadth right there. Again, some people don't find that stuff kind of useful at all. And so be it, right? Different strokes for different folks and all those things, all those cliche sayings like that. So don't, I think a lot of people get caught up in, I see trader XYZ is using something. And while I've never used it before and it doesn't really fit into what I'm doing, I should use it because they're using it. I was 100% guilty of that, probably in my first at least 2 years of trading / using trade ideas. So just always take into context of the windows that people are using and they're sharing. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit, I'm often reminded, Michael Noss loves to throw out once in a while the everything goes in the square hole video or something like that. There's many great scans that are out there or data points and things like that. And I would never look at them. It has nothing to do with them being good, bad, or anything like that. They're just not something that really fits what I'm doing. So I'd always just implore people, don't have more data on your screen than you need, right? Analysis paralysis happens with things like that. As you can see, look, I keep my screen really clean here. This is, 70% of what I'm really using here. The only other things that you're not seeing is this price alerts window. I have a SPY chart, 15-minute SPY chart up there. And those compare count windows. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no other tricks or tips to my layout. It's really, really simple, really, really straightforward. I found that when I started eliminating things that I really don't use, it helped loosen and free my brain up, free my thinking up, focus on the things that I really need to be looking at and using. So as always, long story long. So all the same, there's that the cloud link for you folks. Those that are interested in it, bring it up. I would also say for those that are still new to trading or the software, and new is a relative term. Looking back, I call myself, I was still new after 2 years, in all honesty. Some people, within 6 months, they've got some market experience. They have some more kind of software experience. They're not new after 6 months. That wasn't me. I had no experience, had zero experience whatsoever. So like I said, different times, different periods, different looks for people. But for the people that are new, or again, time has less to do with new. I would say then, open the window, take a look at it, look at what it's doing, observe it for a few days, weeks, months, whatever it is, as long as it's not cluttering your desktop too much. Those are the ways that we pick things apart, look, learn, see what does and doesn't work for us, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. So, all right, a lot of rambling there. Let's talk about some movers on the day here today. We got AAOI, big mover early. A pullback, a move, a pullback. It's kind of just hanging around here right now. Not a ton of relative volume in it. obviously tech related, obviously semiconductor related. So, take from that what you will. The thing has had some massive runs here. I continue to trade in and out of it week in, week out for a long time now. Very liquid stock. I would say the one thing that's bit me is when I kind of rush into it and the market has more control of it than it has control of itself. Same thing with IONQ here. I've been trading this on and off for months and months again. Very liquid stock. And so when I've kind of jumped after it and the market gets a hold of it and the market's moving to the downside, I've gotten bitten. It is what it is, but they've been good traders for me. As long as they stay active, I'll continue to keep them on my liked list. I'll continue to trade them. Palantir, I had a really sizable position in it back here and sold some out here. I rebought it back here, sold some out back here because I was afraid I wasn't going to really be able to get by there. When I pulled back down here, I closed that position out. When I made this gap up, I chased it, went after it, and then closed it back down here for kind of flat-ish. It's one of those stocks. I still think that we're going to see another run on AI stocks. So I'm going to keep it in my liked list. We'll see what happens there. But it didn't. I did okay on it. I did better than okay on it, but I felt like I was going to do a lot better on it. I really thought it would go on a tear. Didn't. Obviously, I was wrong. Is what it is. Going to continue to watch it. But there's still AI stocks that keep kind of popping through here on the races. So I'm going to continue to watch those. SOUN is one, really hasn't done much, but a lot of liquidity in it. The thing is trading half of what it's normally trading over 30-day average to this point in the day, and it's still 5 million shares traded in it. So simply cannot ignore that. Going to continue to watch that. I just saw another one on here, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. IDAI, was that it? Did I nail it? Yeah, IDAI. All right. Another one, another AI looking stock here. Again, same thing with the AI theme. Going to keep watching it. This one has a different tail. It's got 500,000 shares traded on it, but that's a quarter of what it's normally been doing. Obviously, heavily influenced by these 2 volume days here, one more than the other. All the same, though, going to keep my eye on it. Super small float, super speculative. I have no position in it, but going to continue to watch it and see what happens there. I see some stuff coming in on the chat panel. Just let me finish this thought, and then I'll jump back. AI is going to be semiconductor related. If the AI gets play gets rolling again, look to semiconductors again. Obviously, NVIDIA. I'm not even going to touch NVIDIA. At least, if someone wants me to, obviously I can. But obviously NVIDIA was like the AI play right now. CRDO, it's a stock that I got mixed feelings about. I took a huge bath on this stock. I was way up. I took this on the 15 break on a swing trade. I was feeling really good about it. Was up here. I only took a little bit of the position off somewhere here, just above 18 and a quarter. And then this happened to me overnight, bam, because some company came out and said that they're looked light on their orders or something like that. And I got absolutely decimated on this position. Obviously, I sold out on it that day, blew through whatever stop I would have had there, and it grinded lower and lower and lower. It was obviously the right call to have gotten out of it at that point. Like I said, I took a massive bath on it, and the thing came right shooting back, several months later. But it wasn't like it was overnight. I mean, this happened in February. This thing didn't start, really gaining speed until, the end of May, beginning of June. It is what it is. All the same, I'm going to keep an eye on it. Never know what's going to happen again. Earnings are on deck in a couple of days. I'm going to let earnings come through and digest. And if semiconductors try to look healthy again, this will be one that I look at again for the semiconductors. Again, AI semi-related. So, all right, with all that said, I saw some stuff coming in the chat. I apologize for the delay getting to that there. Got it. Sharing this, did that. How to make scanner to find stocks that were up at least 5% and now are trading under the 20 SMA on a 15-minute chart. There's no way to really look at something that was up at 5% at any point, and then has pulled back like that specifically. Trying to think of ways to work around that, though. Let me pull up an alert window, configure. So there's no way to just say, oh, show me stocks that were up X amount during the day and now they're, now they're whatever. As far as the 20 SMA goes, oh, I do believe we have that on a 15-minute chart. So you've got that here. So we got that component for you. We could add that filter, right? And then you said, so then a minimum of 0. So if we look at that here, that's going to tell me, show me stocks where the price is below the 20 SMA or at the 20 SMA. All right. What we could do here is we can say, how does unused again? I think maybe position and range for the day, PUSITION. Position and range on the day, add that filter. And so we want to see stocks that are off the high of the day. What point on off the high of the day do we want to see? We want to see stocks that are, because if you think of the high and the low of the day as a range of 100% on the day, sorry, I'm kind of trying to rack through my brain to a reversal that's not collapsing at the same time with this 20 SMA in here. So let's put a floor on this. Let's say we haven't gone negative on the day, or we're above the low of the day anyways. Maybe we want to say we're at, 65% max as well, right? So we're 35% below the low of the day today. All right. Now the question would be, do we want the stock to have been up on the day that we're just pulling back? Do we want it up from prior close? Do we want it up from today's open? Do we want it both? Do we want it down from the open but up from the close? Those are things I'd start to point us in the direction of. But the first two things and the components of what you were asking for, we'd be looking at that. Now, look, we can add in, or we could work in somehow, or you could change a change in X amount of time, right? The problem is it's going to go with that X amount of time and not just the day, right? So we could say, show me stocks that are, for example, over the last 120 minutes, let's add that filter, are stocks where the price was flat in the last 120 minutes. It was down no more than 5% in the last 120 minutes. You could do something like that with this. Kind of combine that with the position and range filter too. Those are the filters I'm going to push you in on. A pullback is easy, but when you start adding specifics to the pullback, that's where you get the problem. It's not even the specifics of the pullback. It's specifics of finding stocks that were up at least 5% and have pulled back. Let me know if any of this makes sense, or if anybody has questions on what I'm going over here. But this basic part right here, under the 20 SMA and off the high of the day, I mean, that's I think that's kind of the general direction you're going to want to go with this here. And just for fun, let's make a top list. Or let's just watch the please wait because it doesn't want to load. Either one's fine for me, software. There we go. All right. So let's just see real quick. We're off the lows. We can't be higher than this. Throw 5 in here. Let's throw 500,000. Just see what we look like for stocks in here. So here we go. We got a list of stocks that meet that criteria. Oh, here's APP. Well off that high of the day. It's under a 20 SMA. I don't have a 20 SMA. Let me duplicate into a free floating window. Let's get a 15-minute chart. Let's get 20 SMA. Let's add that in. Close. All right, so there's the 20 SMA is that blue line. All right, so it is under the 20 SMA. Pulled back. APLS. So there's that. ANET. There's another one. So I'm trying to get the reversal of stocks that are moving parabolic and then reverse sells off. All right, yeah, that gives me a little more to work with. All right, give me a second here. Let's see. Let's get back to an alert window here. And then Kishore, give me a second. I'll take a look at RXRX in a moment here. Let me just plow through this here with high. So let's look at so you want to see stocks starting to move down. So we're going to want a negative alert. Let's go with yeah. Let's go cross below support. Add that alert. Let's hide those unused. Let's also do a 5-minute low. Let's add both those alerts. Let's start there with those. Then let's also get window specific filters. Let's get back to what we were looking at here. So a 0 here. Nope, not a 10, a 0. Fat finger, Chris. And position range on the day. We want it off the low of the day. That 65 has given us some decent looks here. 5. And again, if you're looking at stocks that have done that, you're going to want stuff that's fairly liquid. All right. And let's just see what that looked like as an alert window on the day today here. All right. So there's a lot coming through right now. Just curious. Let's bring up the history, see how far back we're going to go. All right. Not very far back because that thing is just ridiculously jammed. Now we need to PANW. All right, so before we go any further, PANW. But that's not parabolic. I mean, that thing just gapped up. Then it moved down and moved up, and it's really just consolidating for a very long time at this point, right? That I wouldn't call that a parabolic move. Not intraday anyways. I mean, you know, from here at 236 to 243, I mean, it's not a huge percentage move right here going on, actually. Which reversal are you looking at, though? Are you looking at the reversal that happened around 10 o'clock, or are you looking at the reversal that happened here around 11 o'clock? Not that there's much of a difference in them. Just trying to get a feel here, a little more of a feel. I want to put together something, a template, and then you know, share that with you and let you refine it a little bit more. Because I think, you know, what we're going to find here is, well, let's just take a look at what we're finding here. You know, we're going to find, first off, we're going to find a lot of sell-offs anyways because the SPY did this, right? Let me just bring over the SPY chart real quick. You know, we're going to find a lot of sell-offs anyways because of this here. So the trick will be 11 a.m. All right. I don't know that I'll use the 20 SMA here then. We want more of an orderly sell-off. Sorry, just racking my brain on what direction I want to go with this. I don't like the consecutive candles filter in general. Change. Filters, 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 filters. Filthy filters. Today's range. Bollinger Bands, that's interesting. Well, not so much as using the SMA. It's just that the 15 SMA takes, a little longer to catch up, right? So trying to catch the reversal earlier. We want to catch it early. And this change over the last 15 minutes. We want stocks that are now down over the last 15 minutes. I'm going to get rid of the position in today's range filter. Let's add some other volume metrics. Add a 5-minute volume. Throw that at 100. All right, so we're down over the last 15 minutes. We'll keep it under the 20 SMA. Let's take a look at what this looks like now. So Dick's Sporting Goods. It's just coming in now. It's already been in a downtrend. But was this alerted earlier? That would be the real question, right? That's something like MT that came in here at 1018. So the sell-off started to happen there. We're looking for a reversal. You know what? Let's add that. Let's add that position range back in. We're going to give it a minimum of 65 instead, though, the maximum. Now let's take a look. I feel like this is going to be a little more apropos. So there we go. Not bad. CVS. And just really choppy there. CTO. Yeah, choppy. Yeah, kind of caught it late. Yum. Caught it a little late. Let's tinker around some more here. Okay. There we go. I'm going to go with the 10 period on this, on a 15-minute chart. I want to see a little faster turn on it. See if we can't get these to show up, because there's a couple of good ones in there, but they're coming in late. I want to see if I can get those, like Yum. That would have been nice to have seen in this candle here, right? It's not even showing now. Huh. Why not? Oh, because it gapped down. That's why. All right. See these little tweaks. How did I originally find TI? I can't give the whole story here because it's not PG. But essentially, I had a major life event go on, and I decided I couldn't continue the direction I was going in life. And I'd always had an interest in stocks, and I was on Twitter, and I came across someone named Miss Trading Coach and asked her if she could teach me how to trade stocks, and she said nope. However, here's these free webinars and free traders room. And here's one book that I'll recommend. The book was Tools and Tactics for the Master Day Trader. And then see if you even like any of this, because it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. And trading stocks is nothing what anybody thinks it is. It's completely the opposite of what everybody thinks it is. And I said, okay. And then, I started attending the webinars. This was when we used to do the, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday webinars in the Traders Room with Barry. And that was in April 2017. And here I am. I didn't actually subscribe to Trade Ideas till July of 2017 after the test drive. And that was back when test drives were only 5 days too. That's the short and PG version of my location to Trade Ideas. And then, fast forward several years, I attended every webinar that I could. I was constantly harassing Steve and Jamie on Twitter, email. I didn't email them almost at all ever, to be honest. But just, I was in the webinars constantly asking questions in the webinars. Then as luck would have it, Andy was kind enough to ask me if I'd be interested in a position here, because I began to know the software so well. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around some of this here, because we want sell-offs, but do we want trying to catch the sell-off in this candle, because catching it here, you never know, is it selling off or not. At least somewhere in this candle we knew there was a down move beginning. How far it goes, obviously no one's ever going to know. Yeah, I mean, I'll just leave it as I have a very colorful past. Man, I'm really racking my brain on this to catch this sell-off. This shouldn't be so hard. I feel like I'm just having a brain fart right now. I mean, you caught on this candle, we still sold off some anyways. I just want to catch it a little earlier and a few more alerts. So we're 5-minute volume. Change. Clicking the wrong things here. All right. This is giving us a decent snapshot right here. This is better. This is going to be more data to work with. Let's start looking at it at after 10. So CAH, and it can, of course, that freaking runs, right? Why wouldn't it? VIPS, same thing. Peloton. All right, Peloton gives us a release. SPTL. Nice release. Nice Treasury, though. XC. Decent release. I mean, stock doesn't really move anyways. Just choppy. A little bit of a sell-off, nothing crazy here. Well, that's not true. 35.64 down here to 35.25. That's TLA. I'm just kind of grinding lower on the day. I don't know that's necessarily a reversal. I guess we could use the gap filter, right? Because you're looking for reversals. Look at stocks that gapped at least 1%. It gapped up 1%. Well off the high of the day. Hey, there's your PANW earlier in the day. And the 10 o'clock sell-off on it too. CCJ. Yeah. AAOI. Caught that part of that sell-off. TSLL. Not too shabby. Caught NVIDIA. I caught the bottom half of that. Pins. All right. Yeah, this is looking a lot better now. This is looking a lot better. TSLY. Yeah, chopped. ECHR. This was a terrible catch. EST. This is trucking, right? Nope. Wrong. Was grinding lower after that. XPEV. All right. Moved up, moved down, put it on the radar. NVDL. A little bit of a sell-off there. Now, interestingly enough, eventually it's probably going to catch ARCH as a better alert. Okay, I think this is something you can start to work with here a little bit more. SKLZ. Nice, caught that. All right, this is much better, much better. Here's your, well, a little later than maybe you wanted, 11.18 here on the sell-off. There's still a nice release after that, though. Still a couple dollar release after that. All right, so let's name it something appropriate for us here. There we go. Oops. Save and share. Just make sure you please, anybody that wants this here, save it to your cloud, because once in a while I go through and I start deleting everything in my cloud that I don't use. So anything we did there would be lost afterwards. All right, so we shot that through. All right, now let's see here. RXRX. I feel like the stock has been around a bunch. Whoa. Yeah, no, ouch. Eek. So, bio company. What are we looking? So I'm not a huge MA guy. But let's first line I'm looking at, as my brain looks at this, is this. You know, I like it when things are a little more efficient. There we go. Let's get rid of that picture-in-picture. So that's a fairly significant line. I wouldn't be surprised to see this gap filled, in all honesty, back down here to this. Is it possible it doesn't? Sure, why not? I mean, let's just draw from the low around today, right? So, you know, it's another area that price has certainly touched quite a bit. But, you know, you're catching a falling knife here and then some. Right? I mean, like, that's dangerous to me. Because if this gives up the low from the other day, I mean, you know, you're down here to 750 and then down here to this down here to close that gap all the way down to 645-ish, whatever it is. So the only thing I could say is this, you know, look at the size of this red bar that's right here. That's what, if we give this up here, I don't see how it doesn't give it up to all the way down there. If it gives this level up here, if it gives the low of today up, give or take, I don't see how it doesn't make a move down to 750, 745 on RXRX. So, you know, that's what I'd be looking at there, at least swing trade wise. Mike C, what's happening, my man? Expensive call options on the video. Yeah, I am not an options dude. All right. And hi, we worked through all that stuff. We talked about how I got into TI. No, that would have been a much. If I had been that, I wouldn't have probably given that up if I was doing a good job on that. As to Mike C's comment to what I used to do. I would say YouTube didn't even exist for us at that time. We didn't even have a YouTube channel. Or if we had a YouTube channel, there was no live stream on the YouTube channel to start with, and it was beyond just scattered videos. I would say really the credit went to, it's actually a couple. They're out of Florida. Steve and Debbie, they're affiliates of ours. After they're the ones that shared the link with me and, kind of just pointed me in a few directions and tried to really temper my expectations for trading, try to give me a real, they're realistic. They're one of those people that were like, look, anybody that's selling you anything has something to sell you. Some people are selling things that may be worth it. Most are not selling anything worth it, and Steve, they weren't even selling me on the software. Really. They just said, look, here's a way to get in the door with some education that's free and you figure it out from there. They didn't even say, oh, subscribe to Trade Ideas or anything like that. They just said, attend these webinars and the traders room and start to figure out if you even think you want to trade. And that was all they said, TI kind of sold itself. And a big portion of it at that time was those 5 o'clock Eastern webinars that Jamie, Andy, and Steve were doing. I caught some of the Wednesday ones that Brad and Dan did. Wednesday was always a tough day for me because I was, working in a restaurant at that time. I was always working dinners. So I'd say the traders room became more of a factor for me after I subscribed to Trade Ideas, to be honest. It was harder for me to understand the stuff in the traders room, and I was afraid to ask questions than in the webinars. The webinars were a slower pace for me to understand what was being talked about with the software and trading in general. And the traders room, there's so much knowledge in there, but it's just moving too fast for me to really understand. So I'd say the traders room really became more of a factor for me come August, September of 2017. So, all right, I think I've caught up on everything question-wise here. If I missed something, if I didn't go over something in a manner that someone liked or was comfortable with or they understood, please, before, Barry, he's probably already listening anyways, as I'm going to put my earphones in before my timer goes off. Please get those questions in now before our time officially comes to an end here. See this quadruple U here. I know that. Whoop, there's the timer. Know a lot of people are watching uranium. I've got beef with uranium, generally speaking. As I used to say, uranium stocks are liars. The reason is if I've taken 20 uranium trades, I'd be comfortable saying at least 12 of them were losers. It was really annoying. It's like every time uranium looked like it was going to break out to me, it didn't, with the exception of obvious, way back here when, everything was breaking out. But then, it's like, all right, uranium's coming back. Nope. Uranium's coming back. Nope. Uranium's coming back. Nope. And after that time, I'm like, no, I ain't even looking at uranium stocks anymore. So that is what it is. We'll see. Uranium obviously is starting to take these steps up again here. Just because I got burnt on it prior doesn't mean that I won't be looking at it again. So, anyways, I just mentioned it because I saw quadruple U coming through here on this race several times, and even though it's not in the top 10 of the winners, I cannot ignore that. There's NVAX. Is that really doing anything? No. I mean, yeah, it's up 17% today, so a good day trader, I guess. I don't know. No, maybe there's news. Are we all going to die again? I'm just kidding. For whatever reason that's up, earnings are behind it. I mean, I don't think it's a super delayed reaction to earnings, but maybe it is.
I just got the tail end of something. We're all going to die?
No, I was teasing about the NVAX. I mean, that was the reason it ran because of COVID and all that. So I was just teasing. Maybe it's having a day today because
of course you were.
Something else is happening in the medical world and a negative impact to human beings.
Mm-hmm. CCJ, you're talking about uranium. All-time high though. All-time high for CCJ.
See, now if I had pulled out my all-time high scanner, which I usually do during Mondays, I would have found that. But we were doing a lot of exercise on reversals, but trying to find kind of a specific reversal. More of an.
You know what, Chris? I want you to answer Trader 77, and I'm sure you would say the same thing as I would say, but I want to hear what you're going to say.
Okay, so I have about 100 different scanners. Okay, that's way too many to start. That's about 95 too many to start with. Any chance we can consolidate into just one super scanner? No. The first answer is no. Also, I don't know what Barry's going to tell you, but I can promise you that is 95 too many scanners.
Yeah.
There is no possible way any human being could look at 100 scanners over the course of a day unless those 100 scanners were putting out a maximum of 2 ideas a day. I would surmise as much that you've got a huge mix of top lists that have 50 or more stocks on them. Same with, the alert windows probably have a ton of stuff going on there. So the first thing I'm going to tell you to do is figure out what you really need and really don't need. For example, if you have scanners on there that are pre-market, get rid of them. Start breaking up your layout into a pre-market layout and a regular market layout. And if you got post-market ones on there, do that too. Reduce your layout. Reduce the thinking that you have to do from jumping from one scan to another. Next, You can put together alert windows in a multi-window if you want, which means you're just copying the collaboration link of alert windows and putting them into multi-windows. For more on multi-windows and how to do that, I'm going to drop the user's guide link in here for that right now. Paste. There you go for that. And the only other thing that you could do is then a docked window. You could start taking scans and putting them into docked windows and doing that as well. And again, I'm going to drop something in for docking from the user's guide right now. But in all seriousness, and I know what it's like, you don't want to miss any kind of moves, and different scans are going to show you different things. I'd really take a close look at what you have going on with scanners, what you really need, and even, you might even consider breaking up a main layout into kind of morning regular hours and afternoon regular hours too. So those are the things that I'm going to point you at. Yes, Iris, I will share that scan. I'm going to put the link in for that right now. And then I want to hear what Barry has to say.
Ditto. Okay. No, but seriously, yeah. I mean, 100 scans is way, way, way too many. I always talk about when I started with Trade Ideas in 2010 as a customer, I did not want to miss any conceivable setup known to man. So I had all these different alert windows, all these top list windows, clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. So, as Chris was saying, sometimes it's really hard, well, which ones do I get rid of? I don't want to get rid of that one. I don't want to get rid of that one. Well, yeah, you've got to get rid of probably 95 of them. You just can't have, 100 scans up and running. You'll get nothing done.
Yep.
So
100% analysis paralysis.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you've just got to start and I listen, as we speak, I probably have too many scans. You can't see them. There are my other monitors, and but I'm gonna have to even make a decision, because I've got a couple extra scans that I probably should get rid of. And it's hard though, because what if I missed that one that really would have worked today on that scan? But anyway, that's so Trader 77, is that Trader 70? Yeah, so Trader 77, go through all the scans. Now, as Chris was saying, I mean, I do have a pre-market layout, but I close it down once the market opens, you can have different layouts, I suppose, for, in theory, for different time periods, and then make sure you close it down when that time period is done. And now you can go.
All right. Off I go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Chris.
I feel like that was a great session again. We've had a couple good ones in a row here. Really, really digging it. So, all right, everybody. Thanks again. Stay green, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
And hello, Carla. I think Carla came in and said hello. I was on my break, but hello, Carla. Now, I draw your attention to this PINC. I mean, it's not, has earnings next week. I'm sorry, it has earnings tomorrow, actually, before the market opens tomorrow. Now, I don't hold for earnings. It's an all-time low right now for this PINC. I guess did this get hit with the regionals? This might have got hit with the rest of the regionals. Maybe not. This is not really anything to do with banking. So, not sure what happened here, guys, with that particular company, but had a big that week, which was the week of May, early May, and got hit hard. Is not really recovered, and now starting to move down again. And that is PINC. And again, it has earnings before the market opens tomorrow. So, the prospect, I mean, the bets have been placed for several weeks now that nothing excellent is going to happen out of that. But this is right now, this is an all-time low for PINC. Basically an all-time low. And let's see, while the ARQT, guys, that was really a nice one from the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, it wasn't a rocket ship right off the bat, but definitely, on a day like today, I've seen, some fairly choppy action, but there was the alert, 9:52, so late enough for me anyway, after 9:45. 6:90 was the alert. It's down to 6:46 now. Not bad. Yeah, this VIPS has just been, I just can't do it. Well, you never know. I mean, VIPS may start to run now. I mean, when we looked at it earlier, there's certainly room. I mean, next 1635, so it has almost a dollar to the next high. But I'm just finding that not a lot of great trend plays right now for me, anyway. And look at what the market's doing. Again, we had this big drop down. Now we had almost an hour straight up. So Sarge, yeah, if you click on my homepage link, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So you click on my homepage link. So you're asking about a trading plan, trade ideas plan. Now, are you talking about creating a trading plan for yourself? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Or you're talking about taking it, oh, a subscription. Okay. Okay. Yes, there is. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to the top here. And there's a promo code you can use. Now, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I would always start off with a monthly. Okay. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do decide down the road you'd like a yearly subscription, and obviously the reason for a yearly subscription, your per month cost is less. I can get you a 25% off. Okay. But if you're brand new, I would not start off with an annual to begin with. I would start off with a monthly. You can always you can stay monthly if you want all the time, of course. But if you've got some cash hanging around doing nothing, obviously the annual is the way to go just because your per month cost is less. But again, we have many, many of our customers just go month to month forever. And again, anybody who wants an annual plan, just have to let me know and I'll give you the promo for 25% off. Not too many earnings plays, guys. This is an earnings play here, RNW. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, but not much. I mean, I can't get too enthusiastic about that one. I was actually looking at Pfizer, PFE just over the whole number. PFE just over the whole number. Uh, a little bit of room. Looking left, a little bit of room. Somebody mentioned this ALVR earlier. This is still hasn't really moved though. I shouldn't say that. No, it really hasn't moved much. Not since the alerts. Okay. Now ALVR did not show up until 12:34 Eastern time, and the price was 363. So it's starting to move now though, and it showed up a couple of times right there, the 10-day daily breakout, and now a couple of pennies later on the option abnormal option activity scanner. And remember, all my scans, all the scans that you see here that I talk about, they are all especially for sale. They're all shareable. I mean, obviously, the big attraction to this one, ALVR, is if somehow it can get through. I think the high up here is 378 or so, 379. So if it gets through 379 at some point, maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, then when you start looking left, the next high is 5. So there would be a lot of room. So what I'm going to do is just do what I always do and just put a price alert. Simple enough to do. I'm just going to, well, in fact, there, that red line is that high. So I'll just put a price alert right there. So now I will know if that takes out that or gets to that price, maybe today, but maybe tomorrow. Now this is actually shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So let's see if that stalls it. Okay, there's a lot of shares, 528,000 shares available Interactive Broker. So there's a lot of shorts available. Not that I want to short it, but the thing is I mean, if it cannot get through that high, it may just fall somewhat. Ugh, my size. All right. My size, MYSZ. Let's take a look at what it's doing. Well, okay, it's through the 200-day moving average. We've seen this one. This is an AI play, sort of using AI for their product. But the AI plays are just dead now. I had a 239 is the next high looking left. If it can get through 239, the next high is 310 on the weekly chart. So it's got some room on the weekly chart if it can get through 239. But guys, unless there's I don't know if there's some specific news about this one today, but the AI plays are just dead right now. Okay, guys. So what I'm trying not to do right now is force the issue. In other words, try to get into a trade. I'm not in anything right now, but I don't want to force the issue just to get into a trade for the sake of being in a trade. I can answer that from Amen and Mamba. So it means that the last upgrades, profit targets were 19, 20, and 17 for ALVR. So various analysts came in and said, "Hey, we think that we're going to put a price target of 19, one put 20, and one put 17. Could all be the same one, same analyst, just making changes, but that's what he means. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to happen. You might look at it and go, "Wow, okay, if these smart analysts are putting price targets of 19, 20, and 17, and this stock's at 350, well, I guess all I have to do is just sink everything I own into this and wait till it hits those numbers. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. Now, this is Bank of America. Actually, I'm just looking now, see what they have. Now, I don't know if okay, so Bank of America, BOA, is putting a $17 price target on it as an example. You know, it's interesting. I wonder how Jason Zemansky, I wonder, and this is that was last week. That was on the 18th. So that was on Friday, I guess. But it is the Bank of America, so I mean, it's not Joe Blow brokerage company. Not that the Bank of America is infallible, but you know what I mean. But remember, when these guys put these price targets, they have a different timeline. Now, it could be a year from now if it ever hits that target. I mean, I haven't read the entire. I don't read the entire press releases on any of these. I just see a headline. I see a price target. All right, guys, I will do my video now. Low of the day now. Is it not quite? 2134 looks like the low of the day for NSSC. Okay, so I'm going to do my video now. What time is it? It is 13:15, 13:16. So maybe it shouldn't be any later than 1:26, probably earlier. Oops. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So if you're still there, Andy, in our YouTube room, do I use the pullback chart and the explanations? No, I don't. Okay. I haven't found that the anchored VWAP for me anyway for intraday trading is beneficial. It doesn't mean it's not beneficial, for others who are looking more for swing trading and all that, but I just haven't found it to be beneficial enough. Not compared to the types of others not compared to the scans that I've created for myself. Okay. If I didn't have any scans at all, possible I would start there, but no, I don't. All right, NVIDIA. NVDL. Well, let's take a look at the next high looking left, 92.95, so it's above that. Next high is 94.13, so pretty close to that. There must be coin news. Let's take a look at coin. There must be coin news is right. Yeah. I mean, I see some early news on it. Boost offering price for $150 million in notes tender. I do see some early, but that was around 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:30. So, hmm. What in the world is NVDL? Come on, John, you know that. If you don't want to buy Nvidia, at whatever it is, 400, you can buy, the ETF, NVDL, NVDL. And you get a slightly bigger bang because it's 1.5 times. And it's got a lot of, I mean, it trades enough that you can get in and out. Sprint, is this Sprint or sorry, Sentinel? Halted, yeah. Sentinel's halted. Through the 200-day moving average now, the next high looking left. Not a big clue where this is going to open, but the next high looking left is 1669. Yeah, explores a sale with advice from Catalyst Partners. Atlas with a Q. Bit of a pet peeve of mine, but that's okay. Make it cool instead of catalyst. Anyway, start spelling Canada with a K. All right. Well, I'm interested again in this NSSC. I mean, it's broken down through 21. I want to see it take out 21 in a big way. I think the next low looking left was 19 something on the weekly chart anyway, 1974. So this has another dollar until the next low, though I think 20 could easily hold it up. And that is the NSSC. All right, PFE. Now, I was thinking about this one earlier, but it's inching its way up. PFE. I don't think I'm going to take it just because I think there might be a little too much resistance not that far away. But PFE is making a little bit of a move. Pfizer. PANW Palo Alto is still teasing us with that 200-day moving, not the 200-day, the VWAP. It's interesting. It's moving down as the market's moving up. I wanted to do this while I was short it and didn't do it when the market was just really selling off in a big way. Market is now is in, so it looks like tech stocks are leading this little surge here, the SPY. NAS is still down, so value growth. I was talking about this PINC. Let's see what's happening with this PINC right now. It's too choppy. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I really like this one as a potential short. As earnings before the market opens today. And again, just to reiterate, I would never hold through earnings, but the bets have been definitely placed. Not a huge move, 28 down to 25 over what 3 weeks. Okay, I'm continuing to watch this NSSC. I think if this gets like the 2085 on the bid, as long as the ask isn't 10 cents above, I'll probably take the short. Put the stop at 20, 21, sorry. Hey guys, keeping a real close eye on this NSSC there. All right, guys. Well, I'm in it. Not loving it, but I'm in it. And I'm just going to watch the 21 level. The interesting thing to me is that easy to get shorts. The uptick rule, which is a little maybe scary for me because that means that maybe I was first in line that wanted to short it there. But the uptick rule has had no effect. Down 45%. I got an immediate fill. All right. Well, let's see if we can get close to 20. CRGE. Let's take a look at CRGE. You love these real super duper cheap ones, all-time low. All right, guys, I'm out of the end. Okay, I'm had it with this one. Took a small loss on it. Had a little bit of gain on it, but I took a small loss now on the NSSC. It would have to probably get into the 70s before I would short it again. All right, what else is interesting or could be interesting? Thank you, Pepe. I actually turned them on for a reason before. I guess I was doing my video, but thank you, Pepe. Palo Alto is looking weaker and weaker right now, guys. It takes out 240. I mean, look, it's a strong, strong earnings play, but the market's moving higher and this is starting to move lower and it's taken out 241.76 is the VWAP. So it's about $1 below the VWAP right now. And the market's moving higher and this is starting to, sell off a little bit. Well, my size, MYSZ, I just can't get too enthused about this one. I've seen this one in the past. 240 looks like a stalling point, though. 240. I don't even know if there's shares available at Interactive Brokers for shorts on the MYSZ. The answer is yeah, 9,000. So certainly not a lot. Is that a nice run? I'll give it that. It had a nice 4 day run now, 125, so almost a double. This one, IDYA. This is I mean, it's getting towards an all-time high. IDYA. What a bad little break here. Over 27. What's the spread like? Not terrible. 27.18, 27.24. Not a terrible spread. And when we look left, not sure what we're going to see. Looks like the next high is 27.30. And when was that? So that was not quite 2 years ago, October of 2021. So that was the next high looking left on the weekly chart for IDYA. UPST. You guys have been talking about UPST, so let's take a look at UPST. Upstart. Um, well, choppy day for sure. Only trading, not trading anything special in terms of the relative volume. A third of normal. You can see the volume tailing off on the daily. Well, it would probably have to take out about 36 or to get really rocking, because I'm just looking at the daily chart. Not saying it won't. 36.41 looks like. So what's that? About less than $2 away. And if it can do that, and because the next high is 44. Okay, well, it's NSSC. I know I said I wouldn't look at it again, but okay. I'm not in UPST, Brian. I was just you're talking about a potential entry? You mean down the road? I'm not in it now. I brought it up because somebody in the main room was talking about Upstart. Okay, so I just looked at it and said, well, okay, I mean, 36.41. If I can take that out, it's not actually it wasn't $2 away. It's a little further away, but I mean, if it can take 36.41 out at some point, then you look left on the daily chart, and the next high is 44. Yeah, so you're giving up. I know I'm giving up some, but depends what you're looking for. So I'm doing. I'm just looking left, and I'm saying where that little high was. That was back in August the 10th. So August the 10th, the high was 36.41. Okay, guys. Well, I'm really not seeing that much. I mean, I guess I shouldn't take my eye off the NSSC just in case at the end of the day it just says, you know what? We're just going to give it up. Has some room. Night. Well, even I think there is a low, yeah, 1861, 19-ish. Again, this is all news driven. Yeah, not because these law offices. So this is, oh, I see. So they have earnings coming up the 28th. So next week, but they're saying disclose that its financial statements for the fiscal quarters, so the last two should no longer be relied on. Now, how devastating is that? I mean, right now it's devastating, 45% down. Identified certain areas related to the company's calculation of cost of goods sold. It overstated its inventories and understated its cost of goods sold. Therefore, overstating gross profit, operating income, and net income in each period. Well, that's not good. It's just not good. You cannot paint a rosy picture on that. And obviously, the market has just slammed them 45% down on that news. So the question is like, who's at fault? The auditors or I mean, the company, I don't know. I don't know who's at fault there really. I don't know how that works exactly. The CFO, okay. CFO is the scapegoat on this one. But maybe I shouldn't call it the scapegoat because that implies that somebody's got to take the blame, and so we'll blame him, but or her. But you're saying, but this is, those are for the previous 2 quarters. Well, we're not talking about upcoming on the 28th. Those are the previous 2 quarters. Really? They only look at the end of the year. Really? I did not know that. Okay. So who is supposed to check? I mean, every time they release every quarter, who's supposed to check that that is correct? I mean, you're talking the CFO or so it's not audited. I did not know that. I just assumed, something as important as quarterly earnings releases, because I mean, that's what'll get people to buy or sell, that they're not audited. Interesting. I did not know that. You learn something new every day. So they're reviewed by auditors, but they're not. Okay, not the same standard. Okay, I get it. All right, guys, 1:49. So we're getting about an hour and 10 minutes or so before I shut her down. I'll always say later after 3 o'clock if there are questions. So, and also, don't be shy. Ask questions if you have any. If you're new to the room, don't be shy. Ask questions. No such thing as a stupid question. Seriously. Guess to 19. Let's take a look at guess. I think it's an earnings play coming up. Actually, it is an earnings play. A couple of days from now, after hours. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really holding it. I mean, right there, 1891 is the next low looking left. Well, who are these guys? Small cap consumer research reiterates buy on gas, maintaining $24 price target. Well, sorry, don't know who you are. Shouldn't dismiss them. Maybe they've got a lot of clout, but I never heard that. So, question in our YouTube room, we'll have a new mobile layout. Will we still keep our layouts we've built? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just a different way of looking at it. Okay. Absolutely. Anything you do, your desktop, all your layouts, just save everything to the cloud. Okay. I mean, the mobile layout is, it's for people who just want to maybe glance at something on the phone. Okay. But I mean, if you're, if you're going to be actively trading, I mean, that's not what you'll use. But, as a glance, but no, you don't have to worry. I mean, everything, we're not, like the desktop version will be here. Until they find a way to get Brokerage Plus into the desktop version, I have no idea how long that will take, if it's possible. I really don't know. Well, I guess anything is possible. We're always gonna have to have the application. Yeah, I mentioned CCJ. I was talking to, Chris in our YouTube room. And I think I put it in even in the room. An all-time high for, CCJ. Probably the biggest uranium player. Well, I shouldn't say that. Certainly in Canada, it's the biggest, uranium player in Canada. But I think in the world, I think it's one of the largest ones. I think when you look at URA, which is the uranium ETF, it's an all-time high also. Not even close, but I think CCJ probably a big component of URA. I don't think they'll have an app, Tyrone. You'll just use your browser. I mean, that it's been designed. You'll just use your browser. Whatever browser you want on your phone or your tablet or whatever, you just use your browser. I don't think they're going to have an app as such. I mean, I've actually seen it on my phone. It's not bad. I mean, if I were just wanting to, glance at a few things, it's not bad. So I don't think they're going to have what you would call an app, a special app. Just plug in whatever browser you want to use on your phone, and you have your link and just load it up. Well, I mean, I mean, it doesn't have to be an all-time high, but here is the ETF for uranium, definitely having a nice, pretty good day. The next high looking left is 20, looks like around 2328, so it's pretty close. Good afternoon, Todd. You are a little late today. I just can't get too excited about this thing, but I mean, it's just been inching up and up and up. I'm talking about VIPS. It showed up on the daily reversal at 1557. I mean, it's 1574 now. And SSC. Every time I think it's going to really collapse. Yeah, go away, William. Go away. I want to short this one. I want to short. I'd love to be able to short this one right into the close. But you are maybe you are scaring it away. Well, I guess NSSC has been kind of exciting, Todd. I mean, it had some bad news in the pre-market. Stock is down 40 odd percent. It's been a bit of a challenge once the market opened, but oh man, look at this TSAT, guys. Now, what a severe, I haven't said this for a while, severe rippage. Look at this pullback, though. Oh, that's on the daily, sorry. That was the 15-minute chart. Um, it's been reasonably steady up, from $15 on. It all depends on where you would put your stop because you do have some bottoming tails here. But again, that's a pretty, I mean, look, 1881, and it comes right back down to 18. So, again, all depends where you're going to be able to put your stop. But TSAT, well, took out last week's high, and now the next levels. I mean, we got room to 22. I mean, those are the next highs on the weekly chart, 22, 21. So this has been, this was earnings a few days ago and had a great 2-day continuation, sold off for 3 days. And then look at this. Nope. If I saw a building on the 13th floor, I would buy it. Not a building, but a condo or something that was on the 13th floor. I have no superstition whatsoever in me, but I know what you mean. Ricket or Rocket Mortgage. Well, it used to be called Rocket Mortgage. Somebody in our shore is saying Rocket. Wow. Let's see. Am I too late? Yes. Finally. Just a minute, guys. I got to get Rocket up first, but finally. Yeah, it's had a nice, this might, oh, this is not, I'm sorry. This is Rocket Pharmaceuticals. Boy, canceling those orders. Thank you, William. Anyway, you were talking about Rocket Pharmaceuticals. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. If there's any news for this one, RCKT. I see nothing. I'm just, yeah, I don't see any news on this one for Rocket. Next high looking left on the daily chart is 1668. Yeah, 16, is that right? 16, sorry. Oh, I see. You're talking about ARQ. You're talking about ARQT, right? At 666. I see what you're talking about now. All right, let's see if any of these cheaper ones are maybe trying to make a late day move. PFIE, pretty low float, 32 million. Let's back out the weekly chart. What do we see? Boy, you got to go back to 2018, really? 2019 before we start to see anything near the current highs. I don't know how much that's going to affect it. This is uranium, isn't it? Isn't it? Uroy? Yeah, Uroy is another uranium play. So uranium's on fire today. Well, I guess in theory they can keep reverse splitting if that's the only requirement for Nasdaq listing. In theory, I mean I don't have a yeah. I mean I guess they could. I don't know what other require. I mean they have to file quarterly reports, of course, still to be on Nasdaq and minimum price. I mean there are other things I believe, but we've seen we've seen stocks that have done multiple reverse splits just to get over a dollar. Now, I'm not saying that's what Mullen will do, but it's a mess. I mean, they're trying like mad, gradually ramp up production. One more little crack here. Don't like to hear that, Baba. I guess you didn't have a stop, right? Yeah, even a long term. Well, I'm not going to dump on you. You know now. I hope. Doesn't matter what you get into, you have, even if you're looking as a long-term hold, but you have to have well, in my opinion anyway, you have to have a stop. I don't care what time frame you think you're holding. Not just talking to you, Baba, but it's just in general. We've all done it. We have all done it. We've had our pet stock that we think can't miss, and you load up on it, and no matter what happens, you think, it's going to come back. And, unfortunately, you get into a situation like a Mullen or others that, and it's hard to look at your P&L every single day when you see that. Well, there are a lot of those EV players that, they thought they'd be the next Tesla, but there's one Tesla so far still. 100% in Mamba. Just as I was saying, because every day you wake up and you take a look at your P&L and L and you stare at that stock and, it's hard. It's hard not to focus on it, and it sort of can affect well, it can depend, I hope it hasn't ruined, like, your account is still, hopefully it's just one stock that you're down on a lot. Hope your account is still okay. My goodness, look at TSAT. What's the float in this thing? Yeah, so it's a low float stock, 12 million, approximately 12 million in the float for TSAT. Pretty low for an $18 stock. Not an easy, it hasn't been easy today, okay? I mean, depends how many shares you take, where are you gonna put your stop? You've got these bottoming tails to contend with. I mean, the trend has been up. It's definitely been up all day long, but it all depends how many shares you take, where are you gonna put your stop? Well, guys, last time I was looking at Palo Alto, PANW, was wondering maybe it's a good short underneath 240, didn't quite get there. Now it's had its pop again. It's been kind of chopping around. Another one that's just been kind of chopping around. Well, there are people out here who trade Tesla a lot. Well, I don't trade Tesla at all, so but I have no idea. I mean, you ask me if you're just asking rhetorically to the room, I have no idea. Now, does anybody have TradingView? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the double top. I mean, it's possible. It's had a nice day. It's had a, rallied after being basically down for seemingly weeks now. This is maybe a little comeback, but I don't know if this is going to stall it. Right. Every time I see this, Lori, when I typed in, literally, when I typed in Tesla, see if it happens again, it was almost scary. I have one TradingView chart up. When I typed it in, Elon's picture appeared here smoking a cigar, and then it disappeared. That was bizarre. It's not happening now, but that was pretty bizarre. Yeah, no, I can't make that. I can't make this stuff up. I'm in a paid version. I've got it. Well, it was a big. Well, it made me not a cigar, but it looked like it. Yeah, and confirmation from somebody in our YouTube room. I have no ads either. I've got the full version. So confirmation in our YouTube rooms, the same thing happened. I just can't duplicate it. It was pretty bizarre. I have no idea. Lori, I have no idea. There you go. So we've got some confirmation that I'm not losing my mind. Yeah, it was a cartoon pic. Yeah, exactly. It was not a. It was a cartoon picture of him. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. Come on, NSC, make some more new lows. Well, guys, bets are really being placed on the Nvidia right now. Look at this NVDS again. That's you want to short Nvidia, you would be buying these, but and then NVDS would be moving higher. But obviously, so NVDL has been the play. If you don't want to, if you don't want to buy the stock at the elevated prices that it is, All right, we haven't seen this one in a long time, guys. This is one of those AI plays. I think it's an AI play anyway. Haven't seen this one in a long time. Maybe I'm wrong. I know it says AI. It has AI in the symbol. I can't remember if they came out and said, we're going to use AI to do whatever we do back in the day. Probably because I'm looking here. This probably looks like when AI was going crazy. In fact, I know, yeah. So this is one of those little AI plays. I think Steve Gomez was, he was trying to hold this one, but I think he got out. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. Those of you who know who I'm talking about. All right, into the 40s with you. Into the 40s. This is kind of what I was hoping. We get a nice sell-off into the close. I don't know how much longer it's going to keep going down, but again, I think 20 could hold it if it even gets close to 20. Talking about the NSSC. Yeah, that's what he means. 147 would be the stop. Short at 132, 147 would be your stop. That's what he is talking about. And 147, my guess is that it's going to be the high right there. Actually, it's not. I thought it would be the high maybe up here, but it's not. Did I notice? No, did I? No, I did not. Notice NVDA on my break? No. NVIDIA on my break? No. I've been, I've had NVDL up several times, but it'll be so interesting to see what happens on, oops, yes. I think this is a record for me, guys. I think I've been in this one 5 times. A couple of times in the pre-market and 3 times market opening, NSSC. Well, I want to see how close it can get down to 20. I mean, if it can get, because 19, I think 70 something. I think that was the next low on the weekly chart. I think. All right, guys, out of Just be cautious here. I've covered quite a bit of this NSSD. I just have my doubts it's going to break through 20. I just have my doubts. Yeah. Did my video on it too. So, but this was not easy today. I mean, it chopped around, up and down, up and down. It did, depending how many shares you took. So the same thing with Tesla also has. So if you thought that Tesla was going to move down, okay, so you could buy. And this is but right now right now Tesla's obviously moving up. So this is again an ETF created just for Tesla, not unlike the ETF that was created for Nvidia. Okay, so if you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy this. Okay, but right now that doesn't seem to be the play. And if you wanted to go long Tesla, so if you wanted to go long Tesla, this is what you'd be buying. And they're 1.5 times. Um, yeah, there. If you go to Granite, I think Granite Trust or something like that. Granite, I think Pepe will know. I should always say every time I think I should copy this down. It's possible. I was surprised Netflix didn't have one, but there are some, yes, others. But I think it's called Granite Exchange or Granite something or others, and they have created some. These are the Direxions. But I bet you Pepe is just warming up his there just as I said it. So if you click on Pepe's link, you'll see the ones that Granite has created. I don't know how liquid they are compared to Direxions, but and I don't know what other ones Direxions have got. See, all I have to do is ask the question, and the miracle it just appears. Thank you, Pepe. So there are a couple of links which will show you some of the other ones. Yeah, my stops are then based on a price level rather than a time interval. Yes, be sure. Remember, I'm in very few trades at the same time. So I mean, I can watch very, very closely what I think is happening, and yeah, it's more looking at checking the volume, more price levels. So yes, and with the NSSC had nothing to do with a 15-minute chart anymore. It just had the fact that it's getting close to 20, and I just have my gut is that it will struggle to get through 20. That's my gut feeling anyway. So it wouldn't really matter what chart I would look at, what time period I would look at. Oh, absolutely. With the 15-minute range just gives me, no, I just like looking at a 15-minute chart. So it'll get me in. But after that, if I were in TSLL as an example, if I were down here at 1872, and as it approaches 14, it doesn't matter whether I'm looking at TSLL on a 15-minute chart, a 1-minute chart, a 60-minute chart. You know, for me, 14. Just a minute, I have to have a phone call. Just a minute, please. So you can see that there are ones for Microsoft and Google and Amazon and Apple. Okay, Apple, I guess. I'm very surprised there's not one for Netflix that we could find. Now, Pink, P-I-N-C. I was watching this one earlier. I'm not 100% sure I want to do anything for the balance of the day, though. I mean, I've had a pretty decent day, so I don't know if I really want to do anything. But I mean, this is an all-time low right here. PINC is an all-time low right here. Has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Not that I would ever. I'm not going to hold for earnings, but on S, well, S is just they put themselves up for sale. So whether or not that's going to happen or not. So this is just a news-driven play right now. Okay, so I'm sure you know why it's up. Has been exploring options that could include a sale. So I really, I can't really add anything more to that. Oh, okay, so Netflix, but nobody uses it, therefore it doesn't really exist. No, yeah, I see what you mean. Um, yeah, with the SBC, the S, excuse me, sorry, just a minute. Yeah, with the so what Denver did, okay, flow checker, 6 million. There you go. I was just gonna say, and check flow checker. So I don't know if you're just kidding me, lad. We don't really talk like that in this room, so don't take offense. Didn't we already have Fed last week or earlier? I didn't think we had it. Are we having another one this week? I know I had the SPY chart up last week. So NFLS is on a foreign exchange. Okay. Thank you, Pepe, as always. You know, guys, the one to watch tomorrow could be this GFGD. Okay. Especially, watch it in the morning to see if it has any sort of lift. Again, this is one of the SPACs. And of course, Friday got down to 8. Had some news this morning regarding who they're going to merge with and all that. And you never know. These things can go crazy. So it's done nothing, but tomorrow you never know. Nope, not going to do it, guys. I was really considering shorting this PINC. I'm just not going to do it. I have about 20 minutes left before I shut the room down. I'm just going to cruise into the close right now. So before I do shut the room down in about 20 minutes, as always, I will stay later if there are questions. Just go over my homepage again. Yeah, I do see that AI, the stock, I do see that it's getting close to 32, isn't it? 31.92 or so. All right, click on my homepage link. This is what you'll find. So if you want to take out a subscription, please use this code. Barry15 will get you 15% off the first month only. And if you want to take out a yearly subscription, I can get you a 25% code. You just have to let me know. You do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. Wow, TSAT. Now you might have been kidding around because when you say to the moon, TSAT, they're in the satellite communications business, so maybe that's what you were talking about. Getting those satellites up there. Getting started, 30 minutes, 30 minutes for the 10 short videos. Trading 101, you're new to trading, great free course for you. Stock of the day video, free. Trade of the week is free. My guess is that it is not triggered. I looked at it earlier. Trigger was $8 for Under Armour. Yeah, it could happen later on this week, but that's the trigger point. So never hit 8. So this is not a bad trade. It's just a non-trade so far. It's like last week, SLB never triggered. Big education section is here. And here are my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. Okay. You can see some of them on the shared monitor, but things like the breakdown and the breakout. Breakdown and breakouts are on my other monitor. The daily reversals on my other monitor. So you can have these This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. So as always, the goal is to keep the room free. The goal is to keep the room running. So if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is that you just use my code. It's as simple as that. You have to be comfortable with taking out a subscription. But if and when you do, just use my code. You can save my homepage link and then use my code. The room will get credit for the subscription. The company has to see that the room is still, viable. And that's one way to do it. Okay. And again, if you feel so inclined to write the company at support trade-ideas.com, I'll put that in again and ask them to get the trading room. Where are we here? Yeah, to get right now, you have to search. So, obviously, people who are in the room, they found it, but I'm more concerned about new people. Okay. I love our new website. I really like it a lot, but where's the trading room? Okay. So how would you know there's a trading room unless, and who does this? No, not many people do this. So you can always write the company support at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, love your new website, but where is a easier to access link to the trading room? Okay. The more people that do that, I'm sure that we can get them to put it somewhere that it's a lot more visible. Yeah, right. Good. Well, as I said, you can ask me questions after three o'clock. I'll hang around for questions. I have no problem with that. I don't have to go at three. It's just that it starts to really slow down, and I do have things I can do, but hey, I don't have to. So the market is putting this big V shape. Look at that big V shape. Boom on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so TSAT